Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries woman. Um, like my friend Jennifer, who suggested I wear my newly made necklace on the show tonight. So, see, it's a fire sign woman helping me out. It's already coming true. Um, or it's you activating this part of yourself in your own best interest. So, yay, I love doing that. And what's the last card? Okay. Oh, that's interesting. This means the judgment card doesn't mean actually that 1970s teen idol Leif Erikson, who this angel looks just like, but you're too young to get the reference. So, Leif Garrett. Why do I always say Leif Erikson? Sorry. Teen idol, as opposed to the first person who actually discovered America. But moving right along. This card means that old issues are going to be brought up to be healed. So if you get triggered by something this week, before reacting, which is easy for me to say because, reacting is very easy to do in the moment. But if you get triggered by something, see if you can catch yourself, take a deep breath, and choose a different way of reacting. So if there's somebody who annoys you or triggers you or some issue that comes up for you, try doing that. It means that towards the end of the week, something is coming up to be healed. Let it be healed. Ta-da! Wasn't that fun? Okay. And now, Cambria, you have your own era named after you. That's so cool. What a beautiful name. Where'd that come from, Dawn?
I guess my parents decided at last minute.
It's awesome. I really love it. So I'd like to connect. Yeah, you're welcome. My pleasure. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So can you tell me when your birthday is?
My birthday is March 26th.
I knew you were going to say March. Oh, you little Aries creature, you. Good week for you, according to the psychic weather forecast. Okay, March 26th. And what's your question, my angel?
So I had a dream recently. My great grandma, who passed away 9, almost 10 years ago now, she came to me, and I think I had this dream. I'm trying to get confirmation. She told me she didn't agree with what my grandmother, who's my dad's mother, and others were doing to me, just crossing boundaries and whatnot. And I'm trying to confirm if that's what she was saying in the dreams. I can't remember offhand.
I don't want to make anybody wrong here because I have to be very careful about that. But are you feeling that people are maybe crossing boundaries that they don't know about? Is that something you feel is happening?
Yes, they have crossed boundaries. They come to my door and banged on my door and then sat in the stairwell for 3 or 4 hours, basically stalking me.
It doesn't feel like recently you've been a danger to yourself or others. So that's a little weird. Just from normal person land where I know you live too. They apparently don't live there. So it might be time to, wow, can you have your locks changed? Anyway.
They don't have a key.
Okay, good. It sounds like some gentle boundaries need to be set. Often when, I love that it was your great grandmother, because I think as women, the women in our lineage have such power and for us. And I love that you're respecting that. And that dream does feel to me, I can affirm for you that does feel to me like a visit. And it sounds like she was being very affirming of you. I feel that she's a very strong person. She was your mom's mom? Mom's mom?
She's my grandmother's mom.
Okay.
My dad's
so your mom's
grandma.
Mom. Yeah. Oh, your dad's grandma. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I didn't feel your mom thing didn't feel right, so I'm glad you clarified that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yay. Now, what also feels right is that, yeah, it definitely feels like she is a guardian angel of yours. That makes sense, or a guide of some kind. And it sounds like you and she have a lot in common. You're both strong women. You're both have healthy self-care tendencies. And it sounds like don't try to meet nutty people on their own nutty level. What you can do is just very gently set some boundaries. And when people argue with you, just repeat. I call it the broken record technique. My sister taught this to me. You can just, she's a therapist, just repeat the same thing over and over again, which is your request. My request is that you observe normal visiting protocols. Maybe call me beforehand.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Am I right on the fact that she does
Yes.
not like how they're treating me?
Yes, you're right. Yes, everything my feeling is that that was a visit, that she wants you to, yes, absolutely, yes. Yes, yes, and more yes.
I've stepped back from them. I'm not talking to them, any of them. My mother even tried to do the same. Well, same thing, but in her car.
I don't want to get too much into telling you what to do. What I do want to tell you is that it feels like your great grandmother was visiting you and giving you some what feels to you very sound advice. Take that in a way that respects yourself and others. And that would be so. Yes, I'm going to affirm that that dream was in fact a true dream. Then sounds like a visit to me. How does that feel? Yes, good?
That feels good. Thank you so much for everything.
My pleasure, Angel. Call back soon. Let me know what happened. Okay? I'm glad you called.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Take care, my love. Hey, guys. So, in the earlier part of the segment, I was saying that I didn't used to believe in psychicness, but psychicness believed in me. And I know that some of you really feel strongly that you'd like to have psychic powers. And I can say, just pay attention to your intuition. We all have a certain amount of intuition of psychicness. And what it's about really is observing and respecting your thoughts. And sometimes it's just those passing thoughts. Here's an example. When I was first getting the hang of this, before it became sort of my career, I was I was in a Dwayne Reed. Oh, hi. Oh, Georgia. Hi, Suzanne in Elberton, Georgia. I'll be right with you. I'm just going to finish this quick story. I was in a Dwayne Reed off Canal Street, New York City, and I was on my way to go see. I wonder if I've told this story before. If I have, stop me. Oh, you can't. Ha, 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 ha. So briefly, I was in this drugstore and I was looking for hair dye. Not that I use hair dye. Only loose women do that. So, and I was, going, mahogany red. No, what do I want? And so a little voice, my intuition suddenly said, get some baby wipes. And I said, baby wipes out loud. And the security guard was like, miss, are you okay? And I said, I'm not going to get baby wipes. Security guard's like, I didn't actually tell you to. I'm like, I'm not talking to you. So I walked out without getting baby wipes. I walked right into the ice cream cone of a passing tourist. And since I was on my way for a job interview and had my makeup fully on and had to go straight there with vanilla tasty freeze, decorating my eyelashes, I should have gotten the baby wipes. So basically what I'm saying is, if you hear a little voice, it's giving you a little suggestion if you're on the way out the door and it says take an extra set of keys, listen to it and start listening for those little prompts. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how you get more and more psychic. All good. All right, my darling. Hi, it's Suzanne, right?
It is, yes.
What a great name. I love that name. It's so elegant. I like any name for a woman in which you could both be president of the United States and a really sexy international spy with the same name. Dignified and hot. Right? Hi, baby. I'm so glad you called. True. So tell me your birthday. That's how I like to connect to people.
July 6th.
Oh, good day. We love cancers in this program. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, you got a lot going on. You're gonna have to pick one question. I'm like, whew, you have a lot going on in that beautiful head of yours and heart. So what would you like to know? What can I help you with specifically today?
Well, I think I was gonna go for more like general, but if I have a lot going on, I don't know if you can pin that down very well.
I don't know. I just like you. I like your vibe. So and we can do general. I'll even use, I never do this. I'll use the cards for you. Woo woo. How's that?
Okay.
You do, you do have a
great.
lot going on. You're very smart. Well, you know that. Oh, and speaking of intuition, it says you should start. Do you meditate or do anything like that? It's probably hard for you to meditate because your mind is always
Not
going.
as much as I should, but I do a little bit.
Okay, if you can fit like 15 minutes of meditation in a day, this is saying that you've got a lot to tell yourself right now. So if you can sit in a place and listen, wow, there's a lot of cross. You're beginning a whole new life. It feels like a whole new world. Okay, sorry about that. You've got a big decision to make. You're going to make the right decision. What is this decision you're about to make? Because you are thinking of changing careers. I don't think you found your person yet. Am I right?
Did I what? I'm sorry.
Oh, let me talk into the microphone. Hello, testing. I think you're thinking about changing careers, or you're not. There's some career that you sort of really dream of, but you don't feel ready for or good enough. Actually, you're wrong in both counts. You're ready for it and you're good enough. What is it? It's something creative. Talk to me.
Well, I want to own my own bakery, but I'm not very good at baking. Like I'm dabbling in recipes right now. So
you'll learn as you go. And you know what? I'm starting a jewelry line. I've never made jewelry before. So, fig I'm sorry, I can't think of a better word to use than that I can use on air. I think you should start your own bakery. I had the same thought about 20 years ago, and I was going to call it 10 Cakes. And now there's a 10 Cakes bakery in Brooklyn that's supposed to be fabulous. But I think you should. I think a little bakery where you only have to make like 10 things a day. People can come in. The thing is that you're a connector. People collect around you, right? You know that's true.
Yeah.
So the bakery would be more for like people to come in and hang out and talk to you. And then eventually you learn as you go. But I think it would be a really nice gathering place for your neighborhood, because I don't think there are many like gathering places for people like you who are artistic and young and cool and hip and groovy and cute. All of those things. So that's one thing.
Well, there's no bakeries where I live. So
no, there aren't. No. And there should be. Just a really sweet little one. Sweet. You know what I mean. Okay, let's get to your love life. Tell me about your love life, or I'll tell you about your love life. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, here's what's going on.
Okay.
What you're feeling right now is that your luck is about to change for the better. This is a very simple card. Whenever I get this card, here's what this card means. Your luck kind of was not so good. And then suddenly what's coming up for you is boom, a big swell, like groundswell of good luck. I don't know why everybody tries to complicate this card. It's actually not that complicated. Your luck kind of sucked for a while. Suddenly it's going to be really good. And you're feeling that on some level, which is why you're feeling like, I just need to know something. Do you have kids? Do you have kids?
I do.
You're a little impatient about the whole kid thing right now. You're feeling like they hold you back because it feels like they're all at that stage where they just need you all the time times 10. Is that correct?
Well, they're older, but my oldest is pregnant. So, yes, I guess she needs me more than she did.
Okay, that's why. Okay, you know what? I was getting the Empress card upside down. Thank you for clarifying that. I guess my psychic thing. The Empress card upside down is a pregnancy that there's a little anxiety about. So maybe this wasn't the timing you had envisioned for her. But going to be a great kid, and the kid's going to be exactly like you. So you're going to have a really good time with this kid. You sound like you're about 23. I think that's what's throwing me.
How old I am? No, my daughter is 26.
I know, but
my
you sound like
husband's daughter is 23.
You sound like you're really, really young, and I think that's what was slightly throwing me. No, you really do. You got a very youthful vibe. Yeah, all good. And right now you're going to make an unpopular decision, but it's the right one. People are going to, I'm not sure what this decision is, but people are going to be telling you like, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Do it anyway. You're right. And the last thing is, I like your husband. Is he a fire sign? No, I don't think he is. But he's kind of he feels like a Taurus to me. When's his birthday?
His birthday is April 3rd.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got April 30th. My bad. Oh, so he is an Aries. This is a Aries man card.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm second guessing myself all over the block today. Forgive me. I like him. You guys have a good vibe. You mesh well.
He does.
Yeah, he's what on my dad's side of the family we'd call a mensch, which is a Yiddish word meaning he's a real man. He's a guy. He's a stand-up guy. You did good, and you're a stand-up woman, so that all works out. I like him. He's about to get some sort of promotion at work. Does he do something related to, I don't know, cars or something?
Cars, he used to sell cars, but that was 20 years ago.
Sorry. I think I'm a little, normally I'm like fabulous, but today I'm sort of semi-fabulous, so bear with me. Well, whatever he does, he's about to get a promotion at it. So this is nice. That'll come in March. That'll actually come right around your birthday, I think. Which is, I'm sorry, right around his birthday, not yours.
His birthday?
So
okay.
Right before his birthday, he's going to get some sort of really favorable job review, and that's going to help him out a lot. And what else?
Okay.
And I think if your daughter's not married, she's going to get married pretty soon.
No, she is.
Somebody else is getting married soon then. Oh, who is this?
Okay.
Hold on.
My stepdaughter's not married, but she's been with her boyfriend since like junior high.
He's probably going to propose in the spring. I think that's going to be like a September or possibly next June wedding. That's what I was picking up on. I like you. You're cool. You should start that bakery. People will come. And you know what? You're a born baker. Don't worry about it. Anything, you're one of those people, you're like, I've got a friend like this. Anything she cooks, it just tastes good. She knows what she's doing. She's like throwing in light bulbs and steaks, iceberg lettuce, and probably not light bulbs. Okay. But anything she cooks, it's fabulous. And I think you're one of those people. So take a chance. You're good at this stuff. And you're a Cancer. You're born to bake. Born to be baking. Okay, maybe not that. What else? Ask me another question. I need to get back on track here.
No, you're good. So we're thinking about making some changes to the house. So I don't know if I should spend the money to remodel because we may or may not move. So I don't know if I'm set on being here. If that makes sense.
I would remodel.
So I want to spend the money to fix up the house just to move because it's going to be a big, big change.
It is going to be a big, big change. I wouldn't remodel, like I wouldn't get the kitchen gold plated. I would replace some of your appliances are really outdated. I'm saying this, I'm probably projecting because my appliances are really outdated and I'm going through the exact same dilemma. Exact. So I'm going to tell you what I tell me because I get this. I don't know. I'm sorry you don't live near New York. It'd be great to hang out with. I would not go for top of the line appliances, but I would replace one or two appliances and I'd do some cosmetic work because my feeling is you're going to do something that's going to raise the selling price of the house by 40 to 50 grand at least. So do a few cosmetic changes. And you guys are good at this stuff. I mean, a couple of licks of paint, a couple of faux moldings. It'll do the trick. But my feeling is if you put maybe 5 to 10 grand worth of remodeling in, you'll get like 50 to 70 tacked onto the price of the house if you want to sell.
Okay.
You might not want to sell for various reasons for another 2 years, but make yourself happy while you're in the house too. So just if you're going to live there for even another couple months, you specifically, you've got pretty high standards and very good taste. And you're not crazy about the way it looks. And you should be crazy about the place you live in. I'm not crazy like, but crazy like, I love this. I love living here because that's who you are. Pleasure is very healthy for you. That makes sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, more than most people. You really live in the moment a lot, which is very unusual, and congratulations. It's a lovely trait. And you've got a very artistic, I don't know why yeah, you really do. Oh, I'm being so nice to you, but you deserve it. You've got a very good artistic eye too. So anything you really can for like $3,000, you could make the kitchen, the living room, and that second upstairs room, not the office, not the bedroom, but whatever that other room is, look awesome for nothing. You can do that. That's something you can do. And your husband's pretty good at that stuff too. Unlike anybody I've ever dated. Sigh.
Yeah. He's more the outside person. He's a landscaper. So.
Oh, wow. That's so cool. Okay. Awesome.
That's
I'm
what
glad
he
you
likes
told
to
me.
do.
Yeah, but he's good at the inside stuff too. You just have to sort of go there. Excuse me. I'm allergic to whatever. Excuse me. I think you just planted something I'm allergic to. Okay. Oh, I love that. And your daughter's baby's going to be the coolest. It's going to be a girl, right? Just say yes.
They haven't found out yet, but I'm thinking that it will be. I have a bet with my husband because I already think it's going to be a girl. So we got a bet on it. He thinks it's going to be a boy.
And she's totally going to be a mini me for you. I'm so not kidding here. This child, this is your first grandchild. No,
yeah. My daughter had one before, but it was stillborn. So this is her first living so far. If it goes through well,
it's going to go great. Tell her not to worry, and this is going to be. People are going to be stopping her in the street and just saying, "That child, is so beautiful. I can't even." They really are, and I'm so excited for what's coming up for you. You really are kind of starting a whole new world. Please don't let me sing again. I'm really excited about.
No, we are. And we made a lot of changes last year, so it's a lot to look forward to.
You did, and your karma's catching up with you too in the best way. People worry about like bad karma, but people don't talk enough about good karma, which is when people like you who do stuff, you do a lot of like kind deeds, you and your husband, that you don't talk about and people don't notice, but somebody notices. Yeah. And that's one reason your luck is, you guys have really tried to be good people. And I don't know why people don't talk about this more, but when you're a good person, it pays off. It's just a good idea for just practical reasons. And you guys in particular, you've just done a lot of nice stuff. I mean, in day-to-day life, if there's a choice between being grumpy and being kind, you're always going to choose kind. You guys always go, I can tell you that both of you go that extra mile to be kind. You're going to hold the door, you're going to pay for the groceries of the person behind you, all of that. You do that. Yep. And the thing is, that catches up with you in the best possible way, and that's what's happening with you now. I think it's going to be a really lovely year for you. And the Wheel of Fortune card that says, it was a little tough. Suddenly, boom, you're going to notice things go really smoothly this year. It couldn't happen to a nicer girl. Really happy to say that.
I don't think I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. And tell me about the kid. My name is Perry, P-E-R-I. Last name Lyons, O-I-O-N-S. Catch up with me on Facebook and let me know how you're doing, because I'm really excited about this little girl. I think she's going to be awesome. And I'm so excited for your daughter. Yeah. She deserves a beautiful, healthy, happy kid. Thank you. Okay, my dear. Thank you so much for being here. And come back, everybody. I'm Perry Lyons. I am a little late this week, but I should be off by next week. Anyway, I'm on Moonstruck TV, as you can see, 9 p.m. on Wednesdays, and on A1R Radio, simultaneous podcast. And I'm just here for you because I love you. That's all there is to it.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Jacqueline Close-More Live with Jacqueline Close-More. Jacqueline Close-More. Live from jacqueline.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Jacqueline Close-More Live on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Jacqueline. You're on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Coming to you live from Melbourne in my office. There's stuff in the background. It's always good. Look, books. Oh no, wrong side. How about now? Anyhow, what an interesting week, and happy Chinese New Year to everybody around the world. It's a 7-year. And also Year of the Water Rabbit. So we've had the water tiger running around, splashing about furiously this last year. Now we've got the rabbit. And so what about Year of the Rabbit? So Year of the Rabbit is also Year of the Cat, sort of a dual sign if we think about it. And so the rabbit side is kind of like, if we imagine the desire to be in the home, cook, clean, create, detonate, renovate. Procrastinate, so baking as a form of procrastination or meditation. You thought I said something else, didn't you? Anyway, and so that can be a rabbit habit when you're sort of feeling a bit, oh, I don't want to be outside of the home, or I just really like being here and people. You know, I mean, rabbits love their family usually. Not always. There's sort of a tendency to like family, to like home environments, to all this kind of energy. So doing things in the home makes sense if you're in more of a, a desire to kind of go within. So we sort of think of the rabbit and the horse and the cow in the Chinese astrology. They've all got the eyes to the side of the head to see, not the inside, but the outside, to see what is chasing them to make them into dinner, right? It's like, is there a tiger chasing me, right? Whereas a tiger, the dog ear, the tiger, eyes are to the front of the head, and that's so they can see what they're chasing to make into dinner. So Year of the Rabbit people can be really good at sensing, how things are, like, should I get in the lift with that creepy guy? It's weird to me, something's going on here. Or no, that's perfectly fine to get in the lift with that guy because I'm just feeling like nothing, like it's fine. So there's a tendency to be able to sense danger. And if you look at rabbits, they sort of, they test things by a bit of a nibble and a bit of a sniff, not just the eyes, but like this. And the heartbeat of a rabbit goes about 150 beats a minute. So I was like, I've got to, do things rather quickly. Sometimes, there's sort of a sensitive kind of energy to that. And so the problem for Year of the Rabbit people is when they're getting into a bit of fear or a bit of anxiety or a bit of like panic, then it's like run, there's that song, run, rabbit, run, 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 run. It's all about not wanting to be dinner. So totally understandable, of course. So there's good survival instincts there usually, but there's a lot of family instincts. And so, in that survival instincts, it's like running into the warren and being underground and sort of away from danger. So there's that side to the rabbit. And then you've got the cat side to the rabbit, which is the eyes at the front of the head. I can see where dinner is, very instinctual. They land on their feet. They're very well balanced. And it's sort of like, cuddle would be nice. Not there, though, and not here. And frankly, just get away from me. I'm sensitive, don't you know? But I like you, but no. So also you think of the cat and you think of catwalk and models sauntering down the catwalk saying, here I come, baby. And cats, as an animal totem for people, nightclubs are full of cats. Like, look at the laser light. Here we go. It's like, doo, 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 boom, boom, wow, wow, wow. It's sort of like the place for cats, right? Whereas the dog, it's sort of like, love me, love me, love me. Whereas the cat's like, oh, love me, but no, not there. I'm going to climb across the top of the couch now, and I'm going to yodel in the other room so that the people on the phone with you or the video call think that you're a very bad human. That's what I'm going to do. Just ask my cat. That's what he does. It's kind of hilarious. No, I'm not going to yodel. Don't worry. But you sort of think of this year, and it's going to be kind of like the cha-cha. You sort of think of the moves in the cha-cha. It's like, do, 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 boom, and it's like back, and then do, 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 boom. And so you may find kind of a stop and start energy to this year, a bit manic, and, rely on the instincts. Use your patience. Patience is good. Yeah, you may find that patience is tested because it's a 7 years where you could find people more aggravating than usual, or, just trying to set the boundaries or even cross the boundaries a bit. So, having patience. I often find that a really good analogy is if someone's cutting you off in traffic, right? A really great way of dealing with this is not to get angry and do the very Aussie thing of screaming obscenities out the car at how much of an idiot you think that person is, but instead, it's like maybe they've shat themselves, like maybe they've shat themselves, or the lactose intolerance. They just had a full cream mocha latte and it's starting to impact, and they got to get home before that impact completely impacts, right? And they're having to race home, and that's why they've cut you off in traffic, because they've got to go right around that corner and narrowly miss a truck coming straight towards them just to get home because they've got to get to the toilet. That could help. That could help you through this year. If you just think maybe they shat themselves. It's just going to be maybe a nice philosophical view of why that person's being unreasonable. I mean, there could be 1,000 other reasons, but I think I like this one most, because why not? Makes it more entertaining in a way. It's sort of like your compassion is right there if you know that, or you think that maybe that person shut themselves. You're going to think, well, if I was in that situation, I shut myself, I probably would be a bit impatient. I probably would be doing crazy things maybe. So that could help. It's just a way of coping with idiots, I think. So maybe use that. So this year, if you sort of think of the cat and how it sort of watches things and sits there and then pounces. So that could work for you, unless you're trying to pick someone up at a nightclub, in which case I don't suggest that, because they may have a little bit of a problem of being physically assaulted. That could be an issue. So don't do that. And as a psychic this year, you may find you pick up a lot more in dreams, or you may actually find that you get more creative or intuitive at nighttime. Quite literally, and that spring could be particularly interesting. So wherever you are in the northern or southern hemisphere, or possibly the western or eastern, but it's going to be a time to kind of, I think, use your patience, choose your moments very carefully, and then pounce at the right moment, but not in a way that harms anyone. Let's not harm people. Physical assault's a problem. So things like that, and things around the home and the family will be of more importance. Now, it's a water rabbit, so what does that mean? I guess if you're born in the fire year anything, or you have a fire constitution, which is different to what year you were born in, by the way. Sometimes it can be the same, but they're not worked out the same way. But if you have a fire constitution, or you are year of the fire or something, you may just find this year it's not so much that you are burnt out or extinguished or overwhelmed, washed away. It may just be that there's extra pressure to be more focused on the things that you're actually passionate about and stripping away the things that are not actually helpful to you. This year, it's really good to be kind of aware of your emotional state and your dreams. So maybe journaling emotions and journaling dreams can help you sort of be more in touch with what's really going on for you. And certainly doing those sorts of things helps you develop your psychic and intuitive senses and to listen to it a lot more, because you're slowing down enough to do that. So also, before I leave the show, it will be my first attendance at a psychic event expo this weekend at Cranbourne, at the Cranbourne Hall in Melbourne on Sunday, 10 till 4. It'll be my first time there since the passing of someone I want to pay tribute to and give honour to and respect to, and that is the very honourable, graceful and beautiful leader that was Maureen Barras in Melbourne. She was a leader in the spiritual sort of esoteric wellbeing and psychic communities in Australia. A wonderful, graceful, assertive leader that really was a beautiful support to me and many others in the field. It's been quite sad for me and many others, but we'll be all there on Sunday giving support to her daughter and her family. Leslie Williams and Sarah and everyone else, so sending my condolences to them, but also, it's going to be sort of a big day for us all. But anyhow, we're going to be back next week, and there's more shows coming up on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV this afternoon, evening and morning, no matter where you are in the world. In the meantime, I'm going to get on to more clients today and available around the world, no matter where you are. Okay, catch you next time. Lots of love to you all.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side Radio TV podcast here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. Yes, we are the Earth's #1 psychic radio network, but it's not true that we were broadcasting from the Chinese balloon to get to our friends in the universe. They've got their own vehicles flying around out there. So just kidding. I want to wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day and remind you of our sponsor, Miracles of Joy. Remember, you just go to miraclesofjoy.org and use promo code PS-223 and get a 25% discount on your order. Now, this week, I'm going to be talking about one of my favorite subjects, and that is clairsentience. I know it's a little weird, but that's the way I am. So this psychic sense, though, is like any other psychic sense. It has its nuances. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't talk about when they talk about the psychic abilities, the nuances. And so I want to get right to it because I have identified at least 12 nuances of clairsentience that I believe are worth talking about. Now, for me, clairsentience is not just the psychic ability of using your personal space. It is, but you may get some physical sensations too. So the first one that I want to talk about is twitches. Some people get twitches or itching, or they may get some other kind of physical sensation. They might get a neck ache or something else. And that may be a sign that something's getting ready to happen. And that may be a symbol that that they are going to, someone's going to come into a room or another event's going to happen. And they may learn those psychic impressions to give them a heads up as to what they're going to do. Now, we have a short show, so I got to talk fast. And so just remember that twitches are a real part of clairsentience because then they can be a door opener to a sensation that you'll recognize. Now, also, when you meet someone for the first time, this is the second one, you may immediately get a feeling. You may get, some people get chills down their spine, or they may get another kind of sensation when they meet someone with a first impression. So when you get a feeling that does not match with the physical impression of a person, then that impression, that feeling, is a psychic impression. It's a psychic feeling impression, and it's something that you need to pay attention to, because it's something that could be valuable to you some other time or later on. A lot of times we don't pay attention to first impressions, and we later on say, "Oops, I should have done that," but we didn't. Now, another type is sensing a presence, because this is the mediumship part of clairsentience. So you sense that someone's in the room, or there's something different about this place, or there's something that's alive, that's in spirit, that's around you. So that's the third type of clairsentient impression or psychic feeling. Now, another time, you may feel like something has happened to someone that you know that is not in your area, like someone in another city, another state, another country. Those are your remote psychic feelings. Remember now, I told you that we had three types of feelings. We have the physical, we have the psychic, and then we have the remote. Well, the remote psychic feelings are very important, and it's something that you can't ignore when you're talking about clairsentience. Now, when you have precognitive feelings, that's the fifth type of impression. Now, that's just the feeling. That's not the physical sensation that we were talking about earlier, because a lot of times people may feel nauseous, or they may feel like a euphoria or another type of feeling, and that may be the pre-runner to something that is going to happen in the future. And so these are things that you need to be paying attention to when you are working with your clairsentience. Another thing which I do a lot of is called psychometry. Psychometry is another physical sensation, but it involves actually touching an object. And you can, when you hold someone's ring, or you hold their a pen or their keys or something like that that they have all the time, you can pick up impressions from them. And these can be, like I say, door openers. These door openers will open your other psychic, your other psychic senses, your clairvoyance, your clairaudience, claircognizance, and others. So psychic touch is extremely important, and it's something that I think we do. And another way that we use psychic touch or psychometry is by walking into a room and sensing energy, the energy of the room. You can sense whether there was an argument there, or there was some other issues there that were there. You can also sense people's emotions by their voice print. So when we start doing readings here on the program, we'll be working with people's voice prints. So these are things that I want you to be aware of and look for later on, because when I hear someone's voice, I immediately get a feeling, and that's something that I'll go with. I have the other psychic senses as well, but psychic touch or psychometry is very, very important. Another way we use psychic feelings is by problem solving, because sometimes when we're not thinking of a problem that we're kind of subconsciously working on, we'll get a feeling, or we'll get a revelation that will increase our perception of a situation, and we might get an understanding of another person's point of view. And when we do that, we grow. And that's a good example of a psychic feeling, because it comes out of nowhere. See, these feelings fit the definition of a psychic impression because they come from beyond the physical. There's no physical stimulus. Now, even with the stimulus a twitch or an itch, that came from someplace, and it's beyond the physical. Now, another area of psychic feelings is creativity, because sometimes you just feel like going somewhere, or you feel like doing something new, or you feel like doing a drawing, or you feel like singing, and you may create something new. So creativity and inspiration are a big part of psychic ability altogether, but it can come to you through a feeling, and it's something to remember. And that moves us to the next one. The next one is a little bit like mediumship, but it's about channeling, because sometimes people, and even me, when I'm speaking in a lecture or something, I feel like I'm on automatic. And people who play instruments and who are singers or preachers, they feel like they go on automatic, like something else is taking them over, and you get this feeling of euphoria when you're talking, and that's usually what I attribute to angels or channeling, and that's very important of psychic feelings. Now, that's not to say that you don't deserve some credit as far as muscle training and all these other things and practice and all that. But it's just that certain moment that you just feel like you're not really in control, and something else is just kind of taken over, and you have that feeling of euphoria. Those are the moments that it's a psychic feeling. So I wanted to share that with you. And then we have a couple of other things around people, feeling discontent around people, feeling illnesses, feeling that people are emotionally are having troubles. And a lot of times psychic feelers are actually drained. They're drained by other people. And this is a common thing for psychic feelers. Now, if you're just a psychic feeler, that's fine. What happens is that people want to protect themselves, and they can wind up a little bit drained and introverted, and that's a problem for psychic feelers, because they sometimes start eating too much and can gain weight, because they want to protect themselves from any negativity. They may avoid going into buses, or they may want to avoid going into planes or crowded places. Now, if you have the ability to send healing energy, then that makes you an empath. So that's a psychic feeler that's kind of on another level. Okay, so I want to make that clear to you as well. Now, the next type is about auras. We can feel people's auras, and we can feel that we are around someone who's positive and optimistic, someone with a yellow aura, or we may even have that feeling of heat from the passion of someone else, So that's not a drain. That's different than being drained by other people, because you sense what they have, what their feelings are. Now, the last type that I want to talk to you about is about psychic remembering, or feelings that you've been someplace before, a past life feeling, and that's a very important part of psychic the psychic senses, having that past life experience. So they're controversial, but it's something that's worth noting, because if you dwell on those, you may explore some things and you might learn about yourself. Now, we're getting ready to wrap up, so I want to remember that Miracles of Joy is our sponsor. The promotional code is PS223, and you'll get a 25% discount. Now, we're going to do something fancy here on the psychic side. Next week, we're going to have our first guest. Joy Koff is going to be here. And what's fancy about it is it's going to preempt our second show on clairsentience, because we're going to have the second show on clairsentience. So the following week. So that's pretty fancy, but that's what we do. So I want to thank all of you for joining me here today on Valentine's Day. I hope you have a lovely evening, or have had a lovely day with that very special someone. Please join me again here on the psychic side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. So long. Bye-bye. See you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Empowering Intuitives Talk Show with Reverend Dr. Michelle Walk. Reverend Dr. Michelle Walk, live from empoweredwellness.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Empowering Intuitives Talk Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back for another episode of Empowering Intuitives Talk Show. I am your host, Reverend Dr. Michelle Walker. I am a psychic, medium, medical intuitive, and a herbalist, an intuitive herbalist. And this show has always been about different topics and really talking about what's going on and letting you know what Spirit's guidance is. And today, I want to talk a little bit about, we have a full moon tomorrow. So happy New Year to everybody. And this time of year is always so much fun for me because one, towards the end of the year, I get to review my gratitude jar and to see all the things that I was grateful for in 2022. This is also a time where I'm setting my intentions moving forward, what I'm wanting to do and accomplish this year, and really what my desires are. And one way that I put some of those things down is through a vision board. And this is where you take pictures and words and you put them all like in a collage together. And this is where you place it somewhere where you're going to see it. And every time you look at it, you reaffirm, yes, I desire this. I desire this. And then, of course, you take steps, you put it out to the universe. The universe is already trying to conspire behind your back and bring these things in, whether you see it or you don't. This particular full moon tomorrow, now, I don't know if you guys do full moon rituals or not. It's not really a witch thing, but I do know Wiccans and witches that do that, but it's a pagan thing. It's a Celtic rooted in paganism, but you take advantage of the moon cycles. And I don't know about you, but I know about me, and I know I am extremely sensitive to the moon's energies and the things around it. So I'm already using my moonstones to help balance, but I also like to do a couple things. One, the full moon is really good for releasing the things that no longer serve. And, for a lot of people that I've talked to and a lot of my clients, it's been people that need to leave their life, right? And they're not so much they just outgrew them for one way or another, and they're not part of the next phase of their life. And it's hard letting go, and you have to go through that whole process. But the full moon can help you release some of that energy that you feel around that, or some of the sadness. But it is also each moon has its own name. Like this is the wolf moon, and this is the moon in Capricorn. And what it's really pushing you to do is to examine where your desires are and help you understand what you're really yearning for. And it also helps you, they want you to trust your gut instincts, right? We always talk about building your psychic abilities and your intuition and really learning how to trust that. And, whether it's a person that you're meeting or it's a job or it's a situation or anything that you're trying to create, trust your guts. That's your God-given connection. And your God-given right is to work those intuitive psychic abilities to help you navigate this life, right? So that's another really good thing for the full moon is letting go of the things that aren't part of the vision that you're trying to manifest. And another thing that you can do, and I really like this moon for this, and, in my apothecary, I actually make a spray from moon water, and I will be using this moon water to help. It's a sage and shungite, so it's very much for protection and loving yourself, because that's what a lot of people desire. So the intention's on the water. So what you do is you put water in a glass jar that has a lid, and I write whatever intention I'd like that water to absorb, because remember, all the studies about how water will take on a molecular structure of the vibration. So the vibration of love has a very different molecular structure than that of anger, right? So if you're going to put protection and love, then when you drink your water, the molecular structure changes to the intention that you place on it. So that is something that I love to do, and I love to drink that water. And I highly recommend playing around with that. So that's what I will be doing tomorrow, is setting out a lot of water so that I can make my sprays and still have some for myself. So there's lots of ways in which you can set intentions. You can help back up the things that you're trying to create and capitalize on the moon's energy. Now, I did pull a card for the collective, and this one I like. It's the 10 of Autumn, and it talks about take steps to ensure the financial security of your children or other loved ones, make wise investments or planning for retirement, and honoring family traditions. And I like that, because the things that I've been talking about, these are my traditions that I have set in motion years ago, and I do all the time. So if you've never done a gratitude jar, that's another great tradition of mine, that it starts the new year. And some people do it every day. Some people do it every week. You write down what you're grateful for, who you're grateful for, what situation or what wonderful things happened in your week or your day. And then at the end on New Year's Eve, you read it and you go through it. I'm telling you, it's an absolutely amazing exercise to do to help you get realistic perspective of how you really are experiencing your life. So it's fun. I like to do that. All right, so we're going to take some callers tonight. Let's see who we have here. We have Kristen in Massachusetts. Hi, Kristen. Are you with us? Hi, dear. How are you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm just fine, thank you. Do you have a particular area that you would like us to look at?
I just would like a general reading. I've talked to a lot of psychics lately, but mostly I'd like to focus on our investment home.
Okay. All right. So
if you have any info on that, that'd be great.
All right, perfect. So I pulled a card for you, and this is a major arcana, and it is the Dreamer. And this is about embrace your true purpose, begin a new adventure, and trust yourself. So what immediately came up about your investment home, I don't know if you're thinking about selling or second guessing the home is what I'm getting.
We bought a home that we're trying to flip.
Okay, that's what I was getting. It was like you're wanting to get out of it. Like there's almost like you're second guessing it a little bit, but they're asking that you trust yourself. You're going to be able to when spring comes. So I feel like March is a little better. End of February through March is a perfect time for it to go. You guys, maybe you won't make quite as much as what you were anticipating, but it's still a profit. And you learn so much flipping this. About yourself. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to do this like as a side hustle?
As a what? Yes, it's just an investment.
Okay, yes. They call it a side hustle. But I think that they want you to trust yourself and trust that when there will be more opportunity for you to flip houses. And now, are you also thinking about rentals?
Not opposed to it.
Okay, because there's going to be like a duplex house that I feel like minimal work needed, and it's all going to come back and like half of the house is going to pay the mortgage. The other half is profit or doubling up on the mortgage. So I feel like there's a really great place, and you'll know it as soon as you see it. And that's very favorable for you.
Okay.
Real estate is a good investment. You have to just make sure of the area is what they're saying, but trust this one that they're talking about. It's going to come up here pretty soon. Again, it's around that February, March, April timeframe. You're going to find another house to flip before that, And when this duplex comes up, it's almost like you're like, oh, we're in the middle of doing this. You know what I mean? So they're saying don't pass on the duplex, even if you're in the middle of flipping another house, if you can swing it.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? Kristen, are you still there, my dear? Okay. Okay. So what they're just saying is don't pass up on the duplex when it comes around, and you'll know it by your gut instinct, even if you're in the middle of trying to flip another house. So if you can, figure it out and don't pass up on that great opportunity. They're also talking to me about caring for yourself. Now, I don't know if you've had a recent health scare this past year. Does that make any sense?
My sister has. No, my sister has.
Okay, because I felt like health scare, and it's making you think a lot about yourself, your own health, your own wellness, and it's not just this time of year, like with the New Year's resolution. It really is. You kind of have to sit yourself down and say, what am I doing? How can I improve? And then be committed to making the changes. Because you can get yourself into a high stress level and high cortisol levels is what I'm hearing. So really using something like holy basil to help support the adrenals is always a good idea. But again, I'm not your healthcare provider, but ask your healthcare provider what they think about that under stress levels. And it's a lot of stress you kind of put under yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So they're just talking about learning how to balance that stress and utilizing the things, more natural things like holy basil, or doing teas or tinctures and things like that, or capsules, just so that you get a good quality brand and you're consistent with it, and it'll help support you. They're also talking about. Okay. They're also talking about.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay. But they want to tell you first here about cholesterol in your heart. Those are two areas that they would like you to improve upon with the diet, and or I don't know if you take medication for your cholesterol or you're not wanting to take medication. But you should have those checked and just watch the diet. I think some might be hereditary. Did family, like dad, have heart issues?
Nope.
Okay. I'm getting heart issues in the family. They're worried about that down the road. So they want you to look at that. And what was your question?
So I'm told that I'm surrounded by spirits. Can you tell me who might be around me? I'm always told by mediums that I'm surrounded by spirits.
Well, everybody is surrounded by spirit. You bring your spirit team with you. You have your angels, teachers, guides, you have your loved ones, and they're always with you. Everybody carries their team, their loved ones with them. So
I've been told that I'm surrounded by light, and that they're my angels and my past ones, my people.
Yep. And that's true of everybody. Everybody has their whole team with them at all the time. It's not, they don't always interact with the medium, but some do, of course. But what they're telling me, your one guide is just asking that you start meditating. Now, I don't know if you've tried it in the past and you just haven't been doing it or what, but he is asking specifically that you learn to get into a good meditation cycle where you're doing it every day for about 20 minutes, build up to that. Because
Can you tell me who's telling me that?
One of your guides is saying this. And I see him, It's interesting. I see him as coming from India, and he is like an Ayurvedic healing practitioner is the words he's using. So he does some energy work, but he's also working with like Ayurvedic in the different, and is surrounded by health.
Is there anybody that you can read from my life, like a relative or a friend who's passed?
Well, do you want to hear what else he has to say?
Sure.
He was really wanting you to look into Ayurvedic practice. And I feel like he's been with you for a long time. And he is talking about looking into that kind of philosophy. So there's Chinese medicine, there's Ayurvedic medicine, there's Western medicine, but he's feeling like your body would respond well to more of the Ayurvedic ways of being and doing energy work. He's also stating about the lymphatic system needs to be shaken up more, if you will. There's certain things that you can do through Ayurvedic medicine that can help with drainage of the lymphatic system because it's showing like stagnant energy. So doing some kind of energy work is also really important, he's saying. Okay. And I'm sorry, but I don't have anybody coming forward right now. So I'm going to leave that with you with much love. And trust your gut instincts that with the changes that are coming in the new year and for this duplex, capitalize on that. Okay, my dear?
Thank you very much.
Much love. You're welcome. All right. So we have Terica from Toledo, Ohio. Hi, Terica. How are you, my dear?
Hi. Fine. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Thank you. Is there an area you'd like me to look at for you?
How can you want general?
I'm sorry?
General.
Just general. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Or in love. Or love.
Or love. Okay, you got it. You got it. So I love this card. This is the Queen of Autumn that came forward. This is a fairy that is sitting on her throne. And it says, be practical with respect to how you proceed. The ability to make anything more beautiful, meeting someone who can help your dreams come true. And it talks about being generous and stylish and gracious and practical. And I feel like all of those words embrace who you are. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And I feel like you have this big heart and you tend to jump in with both feet and give it all away early. And what Spirit is asking, and you've been thinking these things, they've been giving you some downloaded information so that this hopefully will resonate. But they're talking about taking it slower and not getting into that caregiver mode. You know what I'm talking about? Like as soon as you find somebody that you're starting to vibe with, you are like, boom, full on. Let them take care of you. Let them come to you more. Draw them towards you instead of you doing. Okay?
Okay.
And I feel like the gentleman that's going to come in, I'm getting a sense that he's pretty tall. He's a very tall guy, like 6'1", 6'2", and very much a gentleman. I feel like you're going to meet him this year, but I feel like it's not till maybe like August, September. And he's very much a gentleman. He, like if you're walking down the street, He wants to be on the outside. He will treat you like the queen that you are. And he is very much respectful in that way, was raised that way, has a lot of women around him that kind of pounded that into his brain. And that's the way to treat a woman and a lady. So you don't have much to do as far as that goes. That's just ingrained in him. And the big difference is he will listen and hear you and try to help you reach your goals. Now, I don't know, are you thinking about doing some other kind of like training or workshops or some kind of continuing education of some kind?
Yes, I'm currently in school for physical therapy assistant.
Oh, okay, great. And I feel like he supports that. He's all about like, he'll understand and have that understanding of that. And even after you finish this degree, I feel like you're always learning. You're just one of those people like me, like you always like to learn and do to help. So you're going to find a lot of other workshops, and he's all about supporting that dream and that vision for you. And you'll know it by his actions. But resist the urge to jump in or put those rose-colored glasses on. Okay.
Okay.
And they want to they're talking about like you love to cook. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And they're saying like she loves to bring them to her house and like cook an awesome meal. Like you are very good in the kitchen. And they're saying, save that. Don't do that right off the bat. Change up your game, if you will. And it's not really a game, but you know what you know what they mean. And also they're talking about trusting your intuition. Now, are you going to be done with your schooling soon?
No, I just finished my prerequisitions classes, so I start the program.
Okay, so you're just starting.
Yes.
So okay, so when it comes time for you to graduate, you'll already have a job. So what I'm hearing is when you do your practical things, I feel like you want to do it at two different places that you really want to work. And you will make a very strong positive impression, and you just like, it'll ease you right into. And you'll know by when you're there doing your clinical or practicum. I don't know why they use that word. Maybe that's the word that they're using, but it's like your clinical rotations, you know. Yeah. Try to select where you want to be working. And I don't know if you really have that entrepreneurial push where you may even want to start your own one day, like have your own physical therapy practice. But you're going to start somewhere to gain the experience and get your name out there in the community before you go launching out on your own. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, it does.
So, but they're also saying about, you're really good about recalling things and people. And so pay attention to not just like in your school, who's your contact people and things like that, because down the road when you open, you may want to be getting in touch with them for new students or bringing them in for you to mentor type of deal. Does that make sense to you? Pay attention and like keep notes on all those things so that like the places where you go for clinicals, you know, you want to put that kind of stuff and really look at the environment. I know you're there just to do like the narrow thing, but you really want to pay attention to the whole facility, everything. Talk to the employees, be like, what do you love about it? You know, like you're interviewing them and see where people are at, because if you know, like if people do not enjoy where they work, it's torturous. It doesn't matter. You know, they may like what they do, but if they don't like where they're working, it can make it very negative. So trust your gut instincts on all of that. And if you end up in a place where you're like, nope, I definitely don't want to be here, heed that warning. And what I'm also hearing is, now, did you have to at one point go through physical therapy?
No.
Because I'm hearing of you doing the things that you're teaching. Like, as a therapist, you're going to have them doing different stretches, this and that. They want you doing all of that. And I was like, well, I don't know if this is where you had to do that in the past because of an injury yourself, or if as you're going through this, they really want you experiencing what it is that you'll be doing. So that, there's nothing like actually experiencing the same thing that makes you more relatable,
Yes.
So everything you learn, practice on yourself, practice on whoever will let you practice on them. And gain that, I mean, years ago when I was going through my first, I'd be like, hey, I got to learn physical assessment. I want you here at this time, you here at this time. Like, I have a big family, so I was like, everybody's going to get their physical assessments done. Because you need to be competent in your skills. And so take advantage of the family and friends that you have, and make sure that you, my battery's going to go dead. Oh, it's a good thing we only have a couple minutes here. But just take advantage of the people around you. They all want to help you and see you succeed. They're also talking about just monitoring your diet and taking good care of yourself as you go through the program, because anytime you start a program, they always talk about the freshman 15, or you're sitting more and you're studying more. Don't be eating junk, snacking on junk.
Okay.
Get more fruits and vegetables in as your snacks. Cut them up, stick them in the fridge. That way, if you're hungry, you can just grab those healthier things. And that can help offset it, okay? And then somewhere along the line, there's in your school, I think you can take advantage of coming into the physical therapy room to work out. So that's something to ask about, so that you can do that for free. Just a little thing to think about. Take advantage where you can. But I feel like a lot of success. And I feel like that you're going to learn so much, and you'll be very successful in your field. And I do see you launching out on your own down the road. So we're going to leave that with you with so much love and many blessings, and a happy New Year.
You had cut out. I didn't hear the part you were saying.
Okay, so you can catch the replay. It'll all be on the replay. I'm sorry it was cutting out, but it should all be in the replay, my dear. I wish you all the best. Good luck in your program, my dear. You're going to do very well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You are so welcome, my dear. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me for another episode of Empowering Intuitives, and I will see you next week. Namaste.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the great city of New York, where we get together for an hour every Wednesday to listen to me look through the magical window for you. That is the tarot deck here. That's shuffling up the cards there. That's we're going to be looking through tonight to find out what's going on in our lives, what's going on around the corners of reality, what's coming up in the future, and what we can do about it. Now, that's something I used to talk about quite a lot but I don't think I've mentioned it in a while, which is people want to know why you bother looking into the future. Because the future is not written in stone. The future now is not the same future as the future 5 minutes from now, because 5 minutes from now, you're a different person. Now, that is a very bizarre concept, but if you couldn't do anything about the future, then there'd be no point in looking at it. And yet we can look at it through the tarot cards, and we can see what the influences are. If we can't necessarily see the outcome, but we can see what the outcome will be now. Once you have that information, you've changed. You're a different person. Your attitudes would be changed. You may not even be aware of it. And that future may no longer exist. It may exist somewhere else, but it's not going to happen to you. So if you, for instance, see that, well, I'll give you a perfect example. At the end of 2019, and by the way, my nose is still horrifically clogged up, so I sound like I've got a cold, I know, but I don't. It's just dry air here. At the end of 2019, you can go back to the archives at AskOneRadio.com and listen to some of the programming from, say, September, October, November, December, meaning the end of 2019. And you will hear that many of my readings, people got cards that indicated the end of one chapter in life and the beginning of another. A lot of that, an awful lot of that, to the point where I had to draw the assumption that something very strange was going to happen that was going to change everybody's life. And of course, by March of 2020, February of 2020, we were warned about that in the then President's State of the Union address. He mentioned a virus from China that nobody paid much attention to. And then in March, people started paying attention to it. By April, it was all over the place. April 2020, I was sick with this thing, and that knocked me out for a while. But everything got shut down, as you know, and I'm not going to go into the any political delving into was it right, was it wrong. The answers to that are quite apparent right now. But at the time, let's face it, this was a virus that nobody had ever contracted before. And I'm going to say this without any conspiratorial intent, but the only people who had gotten sick with this virus were in a laboratory in China. They, at the end of 2019, they found these workers were getting sick with a kind of a flu-like thing, and that's why it's called COVID-19. Not because there was a COVID 1 through 18, coronavirus disease 19, because it was discovered in 2019, and that's how they discovered it. And by the time, wherever it came from, the point was that nobody knew what to do about it because nobody had antibodies to it. Nobody had been exposed to it. So, some people acted out of an abundance of caution, maybe overreacted, better safe than sorry, would you say? I don't hold that against anybody, but the fact of the matter was this stuff is going on now. To this day, there are people who are still reluctant to let go of all of these restrictions. And the businesses were shut down. People were locked down. Livelihoods were ruined. It really was a time of new beginnings, because there were endings. And if you're lucky enough, when part of your life ends, another part begins. And that doesn't work that way for everybody. There's some people who can't do that. There's some people who just can't handle it. Change, there's no such thing as good or bad change in that sense. For years, I've been telling people there's these things called psychological stress units, which scientists use to measure the effect of change in people's lives. And for instance, the units of psychological stress you endure for getting a divorce are the same. It's the same amount as getting married. So you see, the stressor doesn't. You can ignore the stressor and just realize that there's stress. And a lot of people aren't made to handle stress. There's some people who thrive on it. In fact, I think we all know people who create stress all the time. It's highly addictive, stress, because of the chemicals that your body releases under stress. And to throw an entire population into a state of panic and stress is a very irresponsible thing to do if you don't have, let's say, an overriding reason to do it, and do it temporarily. Because, for instance, I'll give you the Cold War as an example. The people who were in power spent years getting people terrified of the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union could barely make enough toilets for their own population, and they were terrified. I go into this in my book. Reverend Elliott explains it all, because it almost destroyed the presidency of President Eisenhower when the Soviet Union put Sputnik, the first man-made satellite, into orbit. People here were going berserk because they felt that the evil people over there were going to control the world from outer space. Well, of course, the president, Eisenhower, didn't really react to it at all, because he knew what all presidents at the time knew, was that that was a practically bankrupt country, and the money that it took them to put that thing up into space and the resources it took to do that was about all they had. So he didn't react in terror and panic. But to this day, I mean, there are still people to this day who are terrified of the Soviet Union, and there is no Soviet Union. So you got to be very careful when you scare people. And sometimes you do want to scare people enough to shock them into action, maybe. But when you go too far, that's terrorizing people. And there are still some unfortunate people who live in a state of terror when exactly what scientists said in 2019 was going to happen with this virus has happened, which is that it will mutate to a highly contagious but very mild form. That's what they do. That's how viruses mutate. There is no fear that it was going to mutate into something that eats your body and leaves you in a pool as a sludge of gray matter. No, it doesn't work that way. Viruses, to survive, they said in about 3 years, they said this at the end of 2019, in about 3 years, we'll have variants of this virus that are highly contagious. Everybody will catch it, and it'll be like maybe a cold. And that's it. And that's where we've been. But there are people now. For instance, New York State just lifted the mask mandate under many circumstances. And there are people in the street demonstrating against that, screaming, "You're going to kill us." Now, I'm not going into the science of this or that, because it's not worth discussing. It's like arguing religion at this point in time. But I just want to make the point that the tarot cards showed me in 2019 that something life-changing was coming, and that's what it's done. And look, and I'm using these examples not to put people down, but to just say this is how they've changed their lives. Their lives have been changed, and I could see that for almost anybody I read here on Ask One Radio and people I read for privately, was that there's going to be big changes. Some people took advantage of that to change themselves for what they perceived as the better, see, and other people, well, here in New York, there was an increase in the number of people who killed themselves during the whole lockdown phase. It was just awful. And the only reason we know about that is that people in the neighborhoods where it happened reported on it, but media people were told not to cover. Now, I'm a person who's got media contacts. I've been in news media for years. In fact, I'm one of the people whose businesses was shut down and destroyed by the lockdowns. My wife and I ran a newspaper for 20-odd years. And that was contingent upon people going out and getting the newspaper. And everyone was locked down, you see, and all the advertisers were locked down, and everyone was put out of business. So it was time to change. So we changed. And that's what you can, if you can see, I'm taking the scenic route here, right? But the point was, if you can look in a deck of cards, tarot cards, and you can see that there's a period of change and transition coming in your life, maybe you can have a little bit of an advantage there without having it forced on you if you know it's coming. So you can have it go the way you want it to go, at least as much as you can control. We don't really control that much as we think we do in our lives, which is the way it goes. I mean, I love it here when people refer to, well, you got to control your own destiny. You can't do that. It's not your destiny then if you can control it, you see. But do you believe in destiny? Do you believe in the appointment in Samara? Do you believe that everything that is going to happen has already happened and we can't do anything about it? If so, then what's the point of any of this? But I don't believe that. I do think that we create reality as we go along. Now that will require a couple hours of speaking, and maybe we can do, I keep threatening to do webinars, but maybe that would be a good one to do, which is, what is the point of magical work if everything is preordained? Because there are people who believe that everything happens all at once. There was the Big Bang and it all happened simultaneously, and we're just watching it unfold now. Time is just the way we make sense of everything. Personally, I think time is just the way we develop time so that we don't miss lunch. That's neither here nor there. But you see, that's why we look at the future. That's why we want to see what's coming up. I have had a few little health problems, nothing major. Mostly it's just seeing annoying doctors. I think there's doctors out there who are trying to plan the size of the yacht they're going to buy from seeing me. But they are helping me, and I just, if I've fallen behind in some of my readings for people, I know that people have called me and reached out to me for readings, and they've been very patient and very understanding when I explain I'm going through this medical lunacy, and I just want to get it out of the way, and then we'll go back to some more readings. But it's clearing up, so if you do want to get in touch with me off the air for a reading, my readings start at $10. You can find out more about the readings by going to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. You can tool around there, look at a whole bunch of stuff at that website, but the information about readings is at the home page, so you'll see it right away. And I'll be more than happy to make arrangements with you to do a reading with you. And I know that a lot of people aren't going to get through tonight, especially if I keep babbling like this. Nobody will get through tonight. But I know that it's also inhibiting for a lot of people to talk in front of a few million people around the world. There, did I just lose some people now because I said that? But so my hat's off to you, just for calling and talking publicly on Ask One Radio. That's good for you. You got guts, because someday I'll tell you the story about how I became a public speaker and how terrified I was of the whole thing. And I'll tell you the worst thing that ever happened to me while I was a public speaker. But we'll save that for another time, because that's about me and this show is about you. So why don't we do this? Why don't we ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space and pull back the magical curtain on the magical window for Mylin in Richmond, British Columbia. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, thank you so much for taking my call.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I'm glad you could get in tonight. What can I look at for you?
I just wanted some advice on a career.
Okay.
For a career.
Well, I'll shuffle up the cards and see what I get. If it's about career and money, we should be getting some very clear evidence of that. Well, there we are. There's the 2 of rods. The rods are career. That's about waiting for something to happen. Like you've done the work you need to do to prepare for something, and you're just waiting for it to bear fruit. Now, the next card is interesting, because whatever the situation is now, it's going to change. Because that's the Wheel of Fortune. That means the situation is going to change. It's going to change rather radically, in fact, because the next card is the Tower struck by lightning. So that means a sudden, unexpected change. What comes after that is fascinating. What comes after that is a possibility of new work in career, which is the Knight of Rods. Knights are new beginnings, as opposed to old beginnings, right? Knights are beginnings. And then there's the 6 of Coins, which is about a potential income stream and money coming your way. And emotional happiness is there. That's the 9 of Cups. And the 9 of Rods is here. That means you're ready for what's coming. You're prepared. So you've been waiting. You're waiting for something to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen fairly soon, and it's going to come out of the blue. Something unexpected is coming that's going to result in an opportunity for something new in terms of work and career. There'll be a good offer of money with that, and you will be very satisfied with it. And you're prepared for it is the main thing. That's also like the 2 of Rods indicates a person who has done the work and is waiting for the results. The Nine of Rods is the person who is completely prepared, who's been around. That person sometimes on some decks has a bandage on her head, meaning you've been through the battles of life and you're still here and you've succeeded. So yeah, I'm seeing good things coming your way in terms of work. The situation that you're in now will change, and it'll change for the better.
Okay. So is there like a timeline that you can see?
Well,
that might happen?
it's in the works now. And I'm making that judgment because the Wheel of Fortune is here, which is about change, and the Tower of Struck by Lightning is here. And the two of those both indicate change, and together it shows that it's going to happen really fast. So it's coming soon. But the main thing is you're prepared for it. Here's a Page of Rods. Again, that's the pages are beginnings also, but the real appearance of it. I mean, the knight in the court cards is the theoretical appearance of something. The page is the physical reality of it being there. So yeah, you're definitely going to get an offer of some sort or create one yourself, but there's going to be a new career line opening up for you, and it will be very good for you. You'll be happy at it too. It's going to be emotionally fulfilling and financially fulfilling too. Okay.
Oh, wow. Sounds amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. You're headed for a good time. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I sound like that kid in the fourth grade who always had a cold and had to blow his nose. It's so funny because I'm sure that given, as we were talking about, everybody is health conscious, or rather disease conscious. I sound like I'm sick, but I'm not. I checked with the physicians and they assure me it's dry air. You see what I mean? It's a hard time breathing, so I'll be taking some decongestant later. And by the way, speaking of the air, I would like you to join me in this. I'm going to do this after the show, and maybe you'll do this too at some point in the next few days. We all need to send some positive energy out to the people in East Palestine, Ohio, where they are going through a living hell, and they are really scared, and they don't know if their town is going to be evacuated like Chernobyl, because of the train wreck that was pretty much like what was that? About 12 days ago it happened. It was pretty much ignored, but it left a toxic cloud, which is at the moment reportedly killing pets, fish, livestock. These people are scared, and rightly so. So I am going to be lighting a white candle later on to focus on sending positive energy to those folks out there. It'd be great if you could do it too, if we could all do it together. Now, this is not by any means a substitute for hazmat groups coming in and cleaning up. Let's be clear. But I'd like to give some sort of emotional, psychic support to these folks who are not doing well mentally and emotionally because they're scared, and they should be scared because it's scary. I can't get any more clear than that, right? So we could do that. We could keep them in our thoughts, yes, but do something concrete. Like I am going to burn a white candle, and I'm going to send positive energy to all the folks out there who've been negatively affected by that train crash. Lord knows I'm not going to be able to do anything for the people positively affected by it because I don't know if there are any such critters out there. But let's all get together and do that. There was a time a while back when I asked the audience here to do some positive energy work for a friend of mine who was going through some troubles. And she reported the most phenomenal feeling of energy and positivity that ever happened. And yeah, you guys came through and did a wonderful job. So let's see if we can all work on sending some positive energy to the people in Ohio whose future is in grave doubt right now. And they're just, eventually they will probably, we hope, get the physical help they need, but let's give them some spiritual support, okay? Carla in New Orleans is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, Carla. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, good. What can I look at for you?
Well, I was wondering if you could connect to my late husband and just let me know if you feel a connection with him.
Oh, okay, let's see. When I get requests for readings like this, there are certain cards I look for to indicate if I'm getting the message or not. So let's see what we get. And if I don't get one of those, well, that's pointless now because I just got one of the cards. I was going to say if I don't get one of those cards, then we'll just try it again. The first card I have is the High Priestess, and that's one of the cards that's exactly what I was looking for. The High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil being that separating this world and the next world. The next, this is what's fascinating to me, is because I get this all the time when I do readings like this, and that is, the first card here is a card of sorrow and sadness. That's the Nine of Swords. That comes up almost every single time, indicating that I understand. It's as if the message is, I understand that this is painful for you. It's painful for me too. All the other cards are cards of health and healing and growth and happiness. And the message is, I'm doing very well where I am. That spiritually I'm growing, because that's the sun. The sun is about healing and growth. The Judgment card here, that shows, that's a reference to final judgment, and that shows a new life beginning. And then there's the Nine of Cups, which is about emotional satisfaction. So while it's difficult, while it's very difficult because there's the pain of loss, here it is again. It's the Three of Swords. That's a very sad card. There's always the sadness there in these readings. But the message I get is, I'm doing okay. Now, here's an interesting one. It's the Hermit card. And the Hermit is a card that shows a person who's watching over other people, has a lantern and guides people. I would say this is saying, I'm watching, I'm there, I can see. Okay?
Okay. Right. Well, thank you.
So the message that I'm getting through here is the sadness and the pain and loss and sorrow, and saying that, but spiritually I'm doing fine, and I'm watching. Okay.
Thank you. All right. You have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye now. Let's shuffle up the cards again. You know, you guys have been keeping me busy. I've been going back and forth to the post office, mailing books out to people. I like to see that, not just because I like selling things, which don't get me wrong, it's fun to sell things, but I keep the prices as reasonable as possible. The book prices have been going up. They've gone up like 3 times. I mean, the cost for my making the books, but I try not to raise the prices. We've had postage increases. I try to keep the prices pretty reasonable. And I always let people know that you can get any books that I have for sale, with the exception of the tarot book. And I'll tell you why later. You can get that for 15% off with a special code if you buy it direct from the printing plant, which is, see, the price at Amazon is higher. A lot of people buy through Amazon, but I have to charge more for a book at Amazon. I don't want to, but that money doesn't get to me because Amazon, they take a nice bite out of it, and the postage rates have gone up too there, but their shipping prices haven't gone up at Amazon, which is nice. But I still think that the best way to get any of the books that I mentioned here on the show would be to go through mojoacademy.org, which is the website I have that offers you Amazon. But if you look around, you'll see it's right there. I don't hide it. Obviously, I'd be an idiot to hide that. You can get it right from the printing plant. You can get any of these books, except the tarot book, as I said. You can get any of these books for 15% off. And I strongly recommend doing that. That's the best way to do it. The reason you don't get the tarot book is that if you get it from the printing plant, you would only get half the book in a sense, because the whole book package has a CD with it that has tarot readings on it that illustrates points in the book. If you want to learn about tarot, and I don't mean just like this card means that and that card means this and here's what I mean. If you want to have a holistic approach to tarot and read about my adventures in tarot and get all the basic information anyway, on top of it, I do recommend that book, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which is dedicated to you, the Ask One Radio audience, because you inspired me to do it. I'd strongly recommend that book. It's a fun book, and it'll teach you a lot of stuff about tarot. And you can do what I do, and then you can replace me and leave me destitute. Yeah, go ahead. That's gratitude for you. But you bought the book, you're entitled to do it. It's called Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. You can find it at mojoacademy.org, and you can find it at amazon.com. And it's, as far as I know, it's the only book that comes with a CD of actual readings. I suppose today people would do that, play it on a computer. But I may have to switch that and make it have it come with a thumb drive, because I don't think people use CDs that much anymore. Well, Ginny in California is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, aside from a clogged nose that's more annoying than it is anything else.
Oh,
doing fine.
Sinus allergy.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you, I had no idea what allergies were like until some years ago I had pneumonia. And then I found out that one of the side effects of having had pneumonia is it leaves you with allergies. And I was thinking, what the heck is this? People go through this all their lives?
Oh, yes.
Oh, bad.
Oh, yes.
Bad news. Just another example of a selfish guy who doesn't give anyone any thought until it happens to him, right? You know.
No, you just don't think it can happen to you until it does. That's selfishness has nothing to do with it, I don't feel.
Well, I'm just glad that I got by without getting killed by pneumonia, because the doctor. When I had pneumonia, and the doctor turned to me and said, in front of my wife, she says to me, "There's every reason to believe that you'll pull through." And I took what little breath I could manage, and I said, "Don't tell me that. Tell her that. Tell me I'm going to be fine. If I die, I won't hold it against you." You know. So, but yes, but that was the bad part of having pneumonia, is that it left me with allergies. The good part about having pneumonia is I can recognize pneumonia when it comes, and it came at me 2 more times in my life, and I was able to nip it in the bud real fast. It's not fun. So anyway, enough about my nose. What's going on with you? What would you like me to look at?
Okay, I'm actually, Elliot, I'm looking for information on my biological father.
Okay. What do you want? You want like a personality description, or what are you looking for precisely? This sounds like the kind of thing that we'd take a real in-depth look, like off the air. But what would you like to look at the moment about it?
Well, actually, I don't really know who he is, and I want to know, like, basically, did he know about me? Did he have another family? Was he in a long-term relationship with my mother, or was it just something that happened and maybe he didn't know about me? Just things like that. I don't know if you can do that on the air or not.
Well, there are things I can do. For instance, and this is fascinating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 cards here.
Okay.
Every one of them. Are you familiar with tarot?
A little bit, not real familiar.
Okay, there are wands, there are cups, there are coins, and there are swords, and each represents other things. Each represents a phase of life. All of the cards I got for you for this reading, every card I have is a sword card.
Oh boy!
Now beyond
Is that
that,
a good thing?
it can be good and it can be not so good. And I'm telling you that you got a mixture here. You have two of the saddest cards in the deck are here. I'm taking a look at this person, remotely. We're going to do a little spy act here on this person.
Okay.
What I'm seeing is an overwhelmingly sad person. This was the events surrounding your birth and the relationship out of which you came was a sad one. It was almost overwhelming, and I'm seeing, and I'm just looking at his point of view. I mean, this could be wrong. You know what I mean? This could just be about how he sees it. But it was much trouble. It was painful. It was hurting. It was just sorrow, and he didn't know what to do about it. Is what I'm seeing. Now, there's an interesting card here. In the middle of all this, though, I have the card of the Hierophant, which indicates marriage. So there was a marriage potential there. Or there could have been a marriage. But there's a Justice card here, which also has a sword on it, oddly enough. See, swords are the predominant theme here for some reason. We're looking at an unhappy person, a person who was not happy in many, many, many ways. And then that's just the bare part that I see.
Okay. Could he have been a close familial relative to my mother?
Who is the she you're referring to? Because I'm looking at. No, I mean I'm looking at the. What I'm looking at is the person who would be your biological father, and I'm seeing that there was a great deal of sadness in that person's life. I'm not getting any indication of any other relationship except that there was a possibility of marriage that may or may not have been done. But see,
I don't really have any clue.
Here are more sword cards. I'm just seeing that there was just. It did not look like a very healthy, happy relationship. And again, I'm only looking at his point of view, what I'm seeing. And it was just very sad, all around sadness. Now that I don't know if that helps you or not, but that's about all I can see at the moment. Because I'm shuffling them and doing it again, and I'm getting the same cards.
Huh. I see. Yeah, I just again, I don't know who he is. I don't even know if he's still living. I'm presuming he is not, given my age, and I was born in '54, so I seriously doubt that he's still alive.
Sure.
Is there any? I mean, I don't know. I just wondered if he knew about me, and again,
I'm getting
if he had a.
I'm getting indications that he didn't. I'll tell you why. Yes, I'll tell you why. Because you asked this a moment ago, and I pulled out a card, and then I shuffled them, and I got the same card again. And this card is a sword card again, but the person in the card is blindfolded. So I'm pretty comfortable with the idea that he didn't particularly know. Now I have the death card here, so that may be in response to what you said about him no longer being living.
I don't know, because I don't know who he is. And
I know.
My mother told me it was someone else, and that turned out not to be who it was.
Well,
Through
there's
DNA.
Family secrets for you. Yeah.
Well,
well
yeah, that's
this is
what happens when you, okay.
I mean, look, you know, I came from a
well,
family that was very secretive also. I mean, I don't even know if half my family knows my mother's actual name, which, you know, this is a very eerie kind of thing. Secrets are not my favorite
holy
thing, if you know what I
crap.
mean.
No,
Well,
so you're saying he didn't. Okay.
I'm not. My indication is that it's a strong possibility that he didn't know, because I'm getting that person. I got it twice, the blindfolded person, in response to you saying that. So I'm taking that as a direct answer.
Okay. Can you give me kind of any characteristic, like physical characteristics?
No, that I couldn't do.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You know, let me try this, because try this. There are interesting people. Let's try on the assumption that the person has probably passed away. There are people at Ask One Radio who specialize in mediumship, which I don't. I can do it with the tarot is clear and it gives me some messages. But there are people who are really expert at it at Ask One Radio. See if you can find somebody in the lineup who appeals to you who does that, okay?
Okay, because see, I had originally requested, not that I have anything against you, you know, because I don't even know you, but I had originally requested someone else, and it was a female, and that's who I originally requested. So I know I think you have to wait for like a week or something before you like ask for another reading.
Yeah, it should. The thing is that, yeah, because it's a very difficult thing to try to get the person you want, and I understand that a lot of people get me don't have a clue who I am, but I hope I win them over a little bit. But yeah,
well,
I think,
no, what you told me is interesting, and I kind of felt like he didn't know. I'm feeling a lot of things, but and then my mother just passed too, and my mother wasn't, again, the most truthful, and she did have her secrets, and
the thing. Let me do this. The thing about calls here, and we only have a few minutes for each call anyway. Calls do go in the order in which they're received, so it's kind of a luck of the draw. But you can find, if you find somebody and you listen to their shows, and that person interests you, almost everybody here does work off the air. And this is a large order you're talking about. So I think it might be worth your while to contact one of these people and see about a private reading off the air. Would take about a half hour or so, where they could just focus on you. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Because doing it on the air may not be the way to go, because this is a very complex thing you're looking for.
I know that. And
so check them out. And let me tell you one thing, you can at least be sure of one thing, that if you get the person through Ask One Radio, that you're going to get an honest reading here, and a straightforward person who cares about what you're doing. Because if they don't, nobody on Ask One Radio is the kind of person who doesn't care. So that's the thing. I mean, there are places where there's people who are just trying to hustle you in and out for the money. I mean, we all know that. Same thing goes if you're buying a car, let's face it. But you really can put yourself in the hands of the people here, because first of all, you know where to find them, and secondly, they care. So give it a shot, okay?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Elliot. Good luck selling your books. I was listening to your book.
Thanks.
So.
Thanks. You can find the books at mojoacademy.org. Okay. There's always something there that'll help somebody. Okay. Thanks a lot. It's been great talking to you. And I think you're going to find what you're looking for. I really do. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now. And let's go to Jillian in New Jersey. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good. Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I'm kind of.
Oh, there you.
I'm kind of looking into any messages from my mom. She passed away 3 years ago unexpectedly, and we're still in the process of figuring out things of what could have happened, and I just felt her around, like a lot around me in the beginning, and I haven't, and I just needed some any guidance or anything you can, help me.
Well, the first, as you're talking, I pull out the card, which is the Temperance card, and that shows a big, nice, happy angel who helps balance life and helps things get into balance. So that's good. That's a good sign there. This is just remarkable because this happened in almost every reading I do, which concerns a person who has passed, and to see if there's a message, I get this card, which is the Sun, which is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. So if the message is saying, I'm here, I'm doing fine, and you'll be fine too, is definitely the message here. The Temperance card shows me that this angel is going to help bring you balance back. You're feeling unbalanced ever since it happened. It's only been 3 years, right? That's you're talking about a lifetime together, and then 3 years, that's nothing, right? So you're still feeling. You're still feeling the loss, and you probably always will, to some degree, feel that loss. That's the card here. That's the Three of Swords, which is a heart pierced by swords, and the heart is crying. So that's the pain, and yet the message is, I'm here, and I'm here, and I'm healing and growing, and spiritually, I'm balanced. You'll be balanced. It's a mixture. It's the usual. This is the thing that almost every one of these readings comes out this way. There are 2 sad cards here and 2 cards of balance and joy and happiness and healing. So that's the message. The message is, yes, we're both very sad about this. That's the duality, the 2 cards. And we're both going to grow through this, is the answer. Okay?
Okay.
So it's a very simple message here, which is that there's a combination of pain, and yet there's growth and happiness. Obviously, nobody's happy about all of the suffering, but there's healing is a more precise word for what that card means. In fact, here's the 10 of Cups, which shows a happy family and a rainbow and joy. So I don't think you're alone. I really don't. I do think that you're being watched over at this point, whether you feel it or not. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to light a white candle for you to send you positive energy at the end of the show, because that could help the spirit contact. And let me know if you hear anything, if you feel anything change. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye now. Let's shuffle up the cards. These are very strange readings. When I started doing them, I couldn't understand why I keep getting the saddest cards in the deck and the happiest cards in the deck, and that still happens. I remember the first time, I never even tried to do a reading like this until somebody at Ask One Radio here asked me to do it. And ever since then, I've been doing them, and it's always the same. It's always the same. One time it was different, actually, and that was a very, very personal and painful message, so that I told the person that I would rather tell you off the air. And we talked in private about it a day later. But generally, these afterlife readings go the same way, which is that sometimes they'll show a person who passed away under really horrible circumstances, but that's immediately followed by cards of healing and health and growth. You see, this is very odd how that it always works out that way, except for that one time I mentioned. It's almost as if the spirit message is that it's okay, that this is part of life. This happened to me. There's really nothing we can do about it at this. We're all going to face that journey. That's for sure. I'm not exactly thrilled by it, but who knows when I get to be a touch older, perhaps. Maybe I'll be ready for it. I don't know. I mean, it's we can all agree that there are people taken too soon from us. Sometimes there are people in our lives who I've known people in their 90s and they left a big gap. You can enjoy that you were with them, but still, that's how it goes. Let's see if we can get another call in. That's how it goes. Isn't that very surprising, right? Let's see. Let me see if I can. We have one more call here. Juliet in England is here. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, how are you today?
Not brilliant, but it's just one of them things, isn't it?
Yeah. So what would you like to look at? I've got a couple of minutes.
Okay, then. Can you have a look at my spirituality?
Well, let's see. I think you should know something about it, but what would you like to know about your spirituality? I've got here. Well, let's say I got here the Strength card. You're a very strong person. The 7 of Rods. You're a person who can sweep away adversity. The 10 of Cups. You're a person who can enjoy happiness. The 4 of Swords shows me that you're able to take time out for yourself. Do you meditate?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's that card. That's what that is. The Hierophant is a card of religious authority. So then religion and spirituality go hand in glove. So that's there. And there's the Magician, that you're a person who can take power, spiritual power from above and apply it here practically down on the earth. Are you a spiritual worker?
Yes, I am.
Oh, see, that's the card of the spiritual workers. That's why I asked you that, because you can translate that into earthly power, and you do very well at it. That's what I'm seeing. Let me ask you this: are you shy about getting paid for doing spiritual work?
You know what? It's funny you're talking about that, because I'm in between regarding work with something like that. Yeah, funny you saying that. Yeah.
Okay, because I mean, there are a lot of people who think that you shouldn't get paid for doing this kind of stuff, and I can only quote a great spiritual writer who long ago pointed out that there's such a thing as the spiritual economy, and that if you're worth your labor, you're worth your keep. So don't be shy about charging. Don't charge an arm and a leg. Keep the prices fair. But you have every right to ask for payment for what you're doing, because you put a lot of yourself into it. And here's the Page of Coins, and that's the appearance of money is strange. So that's why I asked that, is because I saw cards of reluctance there.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
You have to go quickly because I'm almost out of time. I got about a minute left.
Okay, sorry. Regarding my relationship.
I see that there's a relationship that is either just recently ended or is about to end, and something new will be coming. Now, I hate to leave you on that note. It'll be good. It's the Ace of Cups, so that's a good one. But I've got to run now, okay? So thanks a lot for calling.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you. Bye.
And that's it, folks. That's it. Another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, show 72,842,963, or something like that.
Hi everyone, and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. For those who haven't tuned in before, I'm your host, Carmelan, and so I gave last week a miss because I was feeling unwell, and this week's topic, I won't be going into a call attack, but this week's topic is really interesting, so I'll stay tuned and I'll go on to that shortly. Just for those who haven't seen me before, as I said, my name's Carmelan. I'm your host, Soulfully Guided. I have my website, soulfullyguided.com.au. For those watching the replay, you'll be able to see the bio and the link to my website. Please do come check us out. You'll see all my authentic socials there. And there's my Insta, which is needing a bit of love. So if you want to hang out there and say hi on my Insta account, I'd love that. And we have a Facebook group and a Facebook business page. And yeah, you can get to see more of my work and how I read there. So last week wasn't feeling well. I had a cold. And then this week, I woke up and I woke up, everything was normal. I went to do a reading, and it was a professional reading, and I felt completely disconnected from my intuition. It happened once before, many, many years ago. So I've had to reschedule all my readings because I didn't feel right charging when I felt I couldn't connect. I'm out of sync, actually, so I'm respecting that. So today's show is for whether you're a professional reader or you're using your intuition to guide you on a personal level day by day, wherever you are in your stage. There are moments where we feel out of sync and out of alignment with our intuition. I don't feel scared about it, but I did have to take measures, and I will share what I've done for me personally. And yeah, so hang tight if you want to listen to me for another 10, 15 minutes talking about it. I would love that. But there's a lot going on. And when I do my tarot readings, I specifically specialize in tarot readings. I haven't yet explored other modalities because I don't want to complicate my reading style. So moon cycles and astrology and horoscopes and all that sort of thing, I really value them, but I don't know them from a professional level. And I hear there's something going on with about 6 or 7 planets in Mercury retrograde. And if you look it up and want to understand it, it actually really makes sense. And so I feel like if I had to explain it, not having my intuition in alignment with me, I speak a second language, so it's like, and fluently, so it's like I've woken up and completely forgotten how to speak that language, like it is non-existent. Maybe some people think it's, other professionals spoken to says it does happen, and had some advice from a mentor who's feeling the same, and that's a little bit off. But I wanted to give some strategies on whether you're a professional or you enjoy using your intuition. I wanted to give you some strategies that I'm working on. So I've actually respectfully rescheduled all my readings, and people were very mindful of that. I'm switching off from the cards. So I'm switching off to switch back in and reconnect. So for me, basically, I've been going out with my daughters. I wish I could show you the view here. I don't even see houses. There's just we've got neighbours, but we've got land in front of us and a beautiful creek and some trees and beautiful scenery and nature. So we've been going out exploring, taking our lunch pack, having random picnics along the creek and walking without time limits or time barriers or thinking we have to be home by this time. So I'm really connecting with not only nature, but my children and myself. It's been really nice being able to connect with nature and touch the trees and not feel restricted like I have to be somewhere else. That's a really strong, it's really strong and beneficial for me to do that. I've really switched off, enabled to feel like I could reconnect. And I as you can see here, there's some selenite on my card. I got suggested by someone else in the industry to reset my cards, put them all in numerological order and reset them, clear them, and let them get some sun and some moon while I'm also reconnecting with my intuition. So what I also do is on a surface level between readings or between, if I come across someone that's feeling, not intentionally wanting to harm me energetically, but just feeling a bit low, I just clap 3 times and clear the energy. I also do it with my cards, knock them 3 times between readings, but this is some heavy duty cleansing I'm going to have to do. I also joined a psychic circle, a psychic development circle, which is great. I'm really looking forward to getting started. The reason why I did that is because I felt like I have this gift and I realized I'm not doing anything to fine tune it, to service it, or to maintain it. Like when you buy a car and not getting the service, you know, it's going to be useless to you and not reach its full potential or capacity to get you from A to B unless you keep it well maintained. So I'm really enjoying going to an intermediate to advanced psychic development group. So not only can I grow, but I can nurture my gifts. And I've also meditated. Meditating is so amazing. I'm not great at it. I am getting better at it. I'm reconnecting in that sense. And I really, if anyone needs to switch off for a moment, even if you're doing the dishes, you don't have to literally sit down and meditate and be in this really ideal, perfect idea of Zen space. You know, for some of us that are parents, sometimes washing the dishes and just tuning out is a great way to sort of meditate if we have those time barriers that I'm trying to avoid this week. So that's some other things that I've been doing, and really relaxing, just switching off. If I want to read a book, I'll read a book. If I want to play with my children, I'll play with my children. Having the beauty of such understanding people that are booking with me, and having a space where I can be completely honest and not afraid to share my journey has been amazing. And these are some techniques if you're feeling off with what's going on energetically. I really recommend it. Also, I've worked on my physical health and I've worked on my mental health and my emotional health. Now I'm working on my spiritual health and my physical health. So putting all that in alignment is really good. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening to me this week. Next week, I'll probably talk about how if I've come out of this block with my intuition. And I'd love to reconnect with you next week, same time, same place. Thanks, everyone. Have a great week. I'll see you next Thursday if you're in Australia, or Wednesday if you're in the US. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's magical... You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for the Soul Lounge with Casey. Live from the soullounge.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Soul Lounge on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, how are you? I feel like I'm a bit crooked. So I'm going to be doing some collective readings today, and then I'm going to take you guys through some psychic development tips. Now, before I get into it, just letting you know, this here, I've got this look going on because I had to have a little procedure yesterday on my face, but everything is fine. Just a precautionary because I had a mole there which we wanted to cut out. So I've got some stitches and stuff there. So I'm going to start off with a collective reading, and I feel like I want to mix it up a little bit this week. And I have my romance love deck here. So I feel I'm going to, coming off the back end of Valentine's Day, I'm going to do a collective reading in regards to love. And then I'm going to do a collective reading with messages from Spirit Deck that I have, and see what collective message we have from Spirit and past loved ones. So I really want to dive into that, see what messages come through. And then I am going to give a couple of psychic development tips. I felt inspired to do that because I've been having, I always get people ask me these questions, but just this last week and even the week before seems to be coming up a lot in conversations. People asking me, Casey, all these things are happening and I want to know, what does that mean and how do I tap into it more? So I want to go into a bit more of the development side of things. So if you're interested in a bit of psychic development, then stick around because I will go into that. So I want you, if you have a question about your relationship or your love life, I want you to just think about that. And I'm going to tune into the energy right now of relationships collectively. I will pull a couple of cards and give a couple of different, tap into the energy of the people who are single. So if you're currently in a relationship, just thinking about that, asking any question you might have about your current relationship. And the card that has came out for those of you who are already in a relationship or maybe newly speaking to someone is this could be the one. You've already met the romantic partner that you seek. So this is for the people already in a relationship. And immediately I feel like people are questioning their relationship, questioning if it is the right person. I also feel like even the right situation, the right surroundings, it feels like there could be things interfering and it has you questioning, is this the right person for me? I even feel like some of you are like, this is too good to be true. Is this really for me? Is this the person? But the answer is yes. I feel like the partner that you are with right now, or the person that you are interested in and feel that strong connection with, definitely is the one or could be the one for you. You may find some obstacles, and this could be why you're questioning the current relationship you're in. I do feel very drawn to children So I do feel like there's going to be announcements of pregnancies. Some of you may already be pregnant and you are about to give birth, or you're planning a baby shower. There's a lot of energy here around babies and families, but also just even celebration about relationship in general, because I am also seeing engagements. Maybe you got engaged on Valentine's Day. Maybe you can see, I don't know if you can see it, but the man's holding the woman's hand here. And I just feel like that's a proposal. There's engagement energy here. So some of you will be newly engaged. Some of you are probably hoping to be engaged. But I really feel that there's positive outcomes here. Now, I also feel I have to address this too. If some of you are in a difficult situation at the moment in your relationship, I feel like you'll come back together as long as you are both open to communication and compromise and change. It feels like a situation where one of you might want one outcome or one scenario and the other person wants something completely different. If you can meet halfway, then you and this person can truly progress forward and have a happy future together. So this is for the people that are already in relationships. Let's see what message we have for people who are single. What's the message? Oh, my camera's moving. What's the message for people that are single and needing guidance? Oh, all right. And I feel like I need to, yeah, awesome. So interesting. The card that came out for those of you who are single and looking for love and hoping you're going to find someone is release your ex. The time has come to clear your energy. So if you are single, you could be newly single and you're really struggling to move forward and you're really struggling to accept that you are no longer in this relationship. I also feel like your ex might not be able to let go of you. So you have you've gotten out of this relationship, but the ex just won't let you go. And this is really interfering with your ability to move forward. In some way, shape, or form, the ex is an issue in your current reality, whether this is a physical problem or it's an energetic problem. And what I mean by that is they might not actually be speaking to you. You may not, but you are still tied to them emotionally, energetically. It's still in your energy. So I would highly, highly recommend doing a cord cutting ritual, which you can do through a meditation. Guided meditations are great for this. You can also do journaling around this, set your intentions. Selenite wand is being shown to me. You can cut cords with selenite wand, running it over your body. Or if you'd prefer to go to someone who knows what they're doing, you could do that as well. But we definitely have to release the ex. We need to cut the ex off. You guys are not going to get back together. It's not going to be a good idea to get back together. So even if you were to come back together, I feel like there's going to be issues there. So needing to release the ex in order for someone new to come into your life. I feel like some of you have probably been single for ages and you're thinking, well, I haven't spoken to my ex for 2 years or a year or whatever it might be. But energetically, there's something holding you back in regards to a past relationship. There's something here you need to release. All right. And once you do, the man is just going to come into your life. You will be able to meet someone. The energy, it's like the doors open. The energy field is clear. You are putting out to the universe, I want love and I'm ready for love. So I hope that's resonated with some of you. Now I'm going to pull a card from the deck here and I'm just going to ask, what do your loved ones in spirit want you to know? And we'll see what comes through in these cards. What's your loved one in spirit want you to know? Oh, this one jumped out. Oh, this is beautiful. This is a beautiful message. This just come jumping out, and I'm just going to pull another card as well. All right, perfect. I've got 3 cards here, which is beautiful. The one that came jumping out was, I watch over you every day. So this is just a reminder and a confirmation that your loved ones are always in your life. And even if you can't see them anymore or speak to them, they are there with you. Now, sometimes you might smell their scent, or you may look up in the clouds and feel connected to them, or the stars. I really feel even being in nature, there's something that you might do that makes you feel even more connected to your loved ones. And I encourage you to continue doing that. But just know that no matter what you are doing, your loved ones are there watching, and they're able to see what you're doing in your everyday life. They really are still a part of your life, like I said, just in a very different way. So I also have to say, Spirit said, some of you get signs. So it might be through feathers, butterflies, angel numbers, music, however it is coming through, but you're dismissing it and going, no, that can't be them. That's a coincidence, or that's not real. This is your confirmation and your reminder that it is real, and try not to push it away. Okay. The other two cards I felt really drawn to pull were really beautiful too. We've got, I will always point you in the right direction. So asking your loved ones for direction, and even if you don't hear them back or you don't see a sign directly, just knowing that those little nudges you feel to make a different decision, or the little nudge you feel to go a different way on your way home from work, or, you know what, I'm not going to go to this particular place. Those little nudges where all of a sudden you're on a different path and you're doing or planning something different. This here is because your loved one in spirit is pushing you or lightly nudging you, depending on their personality, in another direction, and you should trust that. If you're struggling to make a decision, ask them to show you the way, okay? And the last one here was, I always give you a good night kiss. So if any of you are jumping into bed at night and you're feeling your hair being played with, funny, I'm playing with my hair, they feel your hair being played with, or you might feel a touch on the shoulder or something on your back, or you might literally feel a kiss. Some people do say they feel that presence at nighttime or even during the day, but this message is really relating to the people who jump into bed at night and you might be speaking to your loved ones and your angels and you feel the presence. This is confirmation that that is really happening, and they are really giving you that kiss or the little, back tickle or hair play or whatever it might be. Okay. So I hope that those messages also resonated with some of you. I really felt drawn to use this deck, and I actually haven't used this in a very, very long time, probably about 4 years, and I think I've only ever used it once. So it's really nice to get that deck out and connect again. Okay, so just for the remainder of today's session, I'm now going to talk a little bit about how you can start enhancing, tuning in to your psychic ability. So I know that people will typically say, look, meditate. Meditation is a great way to connect, which it is. It's very, very true. It is something I will often say to people. But I think it's important to note down that meditation doesn't always have to be sitting down and, having your fingers like this and doing the guided meditations. Meditation can look different for everybody. So if you're one of those people that really struggles to sit still, listen to the words, listen to the music, meditation for you can be any practice that really puts you in a state of relaxation. The point of this is when you're connecting to spirit, you really want to have a clear mind, because that way then you can hear what spirit are actually saying to you. If you have a lot going on and you're out of focus and you've got your mind filled with all these emotions, all these different things going on, when spirits speak to you, you're not going to be able to hear them. And you won't be able to hear them because of all the noise that's in your mind. This is why we say meditation is a great technique and tool to use to be able to open up your third eye and open up to spirit. Okay. Another thing that you can do if meditation of any sort doesn't really resonate with you, so if walking in nature or coloring in, drawing, painting, getting creative, listening to music, if any of those forms don't really connect with you, another thing that you can do with opening up your third eye or opening up to spirit is doing a lot of work with your crown chakra. So our crown chakra is located just at the top of our head, and that is what connects us directly to source. Okay. If your crown chakra is blocked, it's going to be impossible for you to have the the messages coming from spirit. So working with your crown chakra, you can do meditations for that. Now, if you don't like meditation at all, you can just envision that your crown chakra is opening up. So you can do a little visualization. I like to just close my eyes and just bring my awareness to the top of my head, just generally a little bit above. And I just imagine that at the top of my head, there is a flower or a lotus. I like to imagine the lotus flower there on top of my head. And I just imagine that it's opening up. Now, whatever works for you, totally cool too. But just as a basis, that's what you could use. And the whole intention and idea is, as you are imagining that lotus flower opening or the flower blossoming and blooming, that is your crown chakra opening up and giving permission for spirit to connect to you and to give you messages. So you can imagine it's opening up. And then what I like to do is I like to imagine that the white light is coming from my crown chakra and going all the way up to the sky, all the way up there. And that is connecting me directly to spirit. And that helps me with the connection and to get messages from them. If you're feeling as though the crown chakra is blocked, what you can do is get a Reiki session, a chakra alignment and balancing session, where someone who is attuned to Reiki or is familiar with energy work or chakra work, they will actually be able to give you that balance and clear it, remove any blockages, and then you can start on that fresh slate of energy, right? So doing that little visualization exercise though, and putting the intention out there, really does make a difference. Now, I think another thing to really take note of when you are wanting to open up and you want to start connecting to spirit, one thing I think a lot of people leave out, and I'll get to grounding in a moment because spirit, I like grounding. So I will get to that in a moment. But one thing I think a lot of people leave out is our vessel, our body. What I mean by that is, what are we putting into our body? Okay, are we having a lot of processed foods? Are we drinking a lot of, sugary drinks? This can all factor into energy and how you connect. Now, I'm not saying that you need to go on a strict diet and only drink water and, cut out all of the toxic chemicals, because that is, almost impossible in this day. But my point is if you're just conscious of how much water intake, because water is source. I feel like that's the creator. Water is so powerful. So we want to make sure that we are staying hydrated. And the water, I believe, really connects us to ourselves, to God, to source, to angels. So how much water are you drinking? And paying attention to that, because water is very cleansing, very healing, I believe. And I believe it helps us connect. But also, I find for myself, if I eliminate processed foods from my diet, even just for a week, I used to be vegetarian and my difference in connection was incredible. Being a vegetarian I couldn't maintain that, have low iron, but also I like to eat all different types of food. So it just wasn't feasible for me to be doing that. But you might feel aligned with being a vegetarian or a vegan or pescatarian or whatever it is that want to do. But it's something to be mindful of, and it's something to keep in mind that sometimes that really does have an effect and it can make a difference. Like I said, doesn't mean you can't connect if you're doing those things, but the clearer the vessel, the easier it is for you to connect, because you're just a clear vessel, okay, to receive the messages. Also, clearing trauma. And I feel like this is one thing that is missed a lot when we're talking about psychic development and connection to spirit, is when we hold on to trauma, when we hold on to unprocessed emotions, it can really block us. Because when we are connecting to spirit, what we're really doing is just connecting to our true self, connecting to our higher self. We are just being ourselves. We're at one, love, peace, connection. And if you aren't able to connect and love yourself because of unhealed traumas, that can also block your connection to spirit as well. So again, it comes down to healing and keeping your body as pure as possible. And like I said, Doesn't mean that you can't connect if you don't do these things, but this definitely does help enhance the connection. And shifting trauma and doing the work, the shadow work, you might do it through breath work, you might do it through Reiki, womb healing, inner child, past life, all the different ways of doing it. Not only is it going to help you to connect to your intuition more, not only is it going to help you to connect to spirit, but also you're going to feel much better because you're letting go and releasing any baggage that maybe you were holding on to. So there are a lot of benefits and a lot of positives to going down that road of healing and cleansing. And I promise you, you're going to notice a huge difference in your connection to yourself, your intuition, and to spirit. By working on yourself, doing the work, it's amazing the layers that just come off. And it's amazing how easy it is for you to connect when you don't have all that noise and you've processed your emotions, you've let them go, and you're doing the work on yourself. Now, there's also techniques that you can do to open up your third eye. So you can do a little activity, and this is what I like to take people through, and it's directly relating to your third eye. So you could do something simple just by closing your eyes and bringing your awareness and your focus to your third eye, which is located in between your eyebrows, in your forehead. Bringing your awareness to this area and just bringing the awareness there. And I want you to just pay attention to this area. And I'm going to ask you to tell me if you can see a rose, a red rose, as you're just bringing your awareness to your third eye. Now, if you can see it and it's very, very clear, this is a really good indication that your third eye is activated, like it's open and it's ready. You're already tuned into the clairvoyance. It's very clear for you to see that. Some people might say it's a little bit fuzzy, but you can see an outline, or you can see a rose or a flower. You might have seen something else. You can see it, but it's like quite difficult to see fully. It's not clear. This means that it's you might have a block there. Your third eye might not be completely open. There's a bit of debris there, might need a cleansing, or you're a bit afraid, but it's open, but it needs a bit of work done on it. And if you haven't seen anything at all when I ask you to see it, it just means the clairvoyance aspect of your abilities just haven't been activated, or perhaps just today, because you'll notice some days you're going to feel more connected than others, and that's okay too. So if you weren't able to see anything, perhaps working and doing the activities I've said will help in opening that. What you can also do is you can get an amethyst crystal, and I believe I've got one here with me. And what I like to do sometimes, not very often, but in the beginning of my journey, I used to actually put the amethyst on my forehead. I would lay down. I would just imagine that the amethyst is clearing. I would sometimes go like this in a circle clockwise, and just set the intention to open up my third eye to be able to see visions that are healing, bring clarity, messages that are filled with love and light, whatever you want to say. But we always want to set the intention for that. So that's something that I would do just to help clear that and open it. And there are a lot of other things we can do, but I want to just try and keep it, I suppose, simple and effective. But one thing that you guys could do as a little activity after today is next time your phone rings, I want you to just let it ring and take a minute and close your eyes and bring your awareness and your attention to your third eye. So your phone's ringing, close your eyes, bring your awareness to your third eye, and just ask, and you might not know who you're speaking to, but you can just say, Spirit or Guardian Angel, higher self, can you please show me the person that's calling me? Show me the name, give me the feeling, who's calling me? And you might hear a name or you might see a name, and then open your eyes and see if it's the person calling you. And these little activities is how you can really start strengthening and growing your clairvoyance. And just repeating this every single day, doing the same things every single day, and it builds you up to it. It's like a muscle, I say. It's like going to the gym, right? The more that you go, the stronger that you get. The more you do these practices, the stronger it gets. Of course, using cards is another way too. I feel like a lot of people love to use cards, so it's a really cool, easy and effective way for people to start really opening up their senses and their abilities. You've got the cards there, you pull a card and you just look at it and you think, okay, what does this card mean for me? I'm going to close my eyes as I'm holding this card. I'm going to look up to my third eye and I'm going to see if any images are shown. Am I seeing anything? And again, if clairvoyance isn't going to be your thing, maybe you'll feel things. Maybe you'll hear something or smell something. This is really going to be for you beginners as well. It's really going to give you an idea of where you're at with your abilities, what's going to work for you the strongest and what isn't. And it's just a part of the journey, because some people, maybe at this point in time, you're not supposed to see things. Maybe you're just supposed to hear them or feel them. So this is a really great tool as well for you to start knowing what's going to work for you and what isn't. So practicing these little things every single day, being persistent with them. You could also, Spirit is saying as well, hold certain things, and you could practice psychometry. So psychometry is where we hold an object and we get a feeling from that object. So you might want to hold something and close your eyes and see if you see anything while you're holding the object. See if you feel anything. It could be any object. It could be your friend's keys or a piece of their jewelry or anything. It could even be a crystal. Picking up a crystal and just holding it and asking, what does this crystal mean? What are the healing properties of this crystal? And just sit with it for a few moments. Maybe you'll start to feel anxious and you might start feeling a bit sad. And then if you look up the properties of the crystal, maybe it helps with depression and anxiety. So really just practice. I want you guys to practice and try these new little things that I have suggested. I really hope that my little tips have helped and maybe brought your awareness to some other things that you weren't aware of before. I'm going to leave the show there, guys, but I want to just say thank you so much for being with me today. I really hope that you found this helpful, and I hope you all have a really great week. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is your time to shine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here with me this evening. Always lovely to have you here. How are you all doing? I'm finally feeling a little bit of relief from the intense energies of the full moon that we had probably, a week and a half ago. I don't know about you, but I had trouble sleeping. I felt a little out of sorts, out of balance. And if you were feeling that way too, there were many of us out there that were feeling that way. That were feeling the effects of the full moon. Boy, it was intense. Usually with a full moon, I can feel it a few days before or maybe a few days after, but this one seemed to linger on for a little bit, and it was very intense. So I was happy to see a little bit calmer energy come through after that, where I felt a little more settled, getting a little bit better sleep. So hopefully you are all feeling that too and feeling back to a little bit of your normal self. So I have a question for you all. So when you have conversations with people, do they feel like they tend to hang on with you throughout the day and you think, wow, I just can't shake that conversation, or, I can't figure out why I'm still thinking about that. Well, there could be good reason for that. So whenever we talk with someone, whether it be on the phone or through an email or a text, or even just energetically, right? You're thinking something, that you're having a conversation and you're thinking of something to yourself. You're still sending that person energy, right? Energetically, telepathically, without really realizing it. And we go through our daily life going through a million different conversations, right? In all different forms. Some of them are great, some of them are good, some of them are not so good, and some of them just seem to hang on, and we think about it afterwards. So when we connect with someone, we energetically or etherically have cords that tie each other together so that we can communicate, however that is. And so when we leave, by the end of the day, think about all the amounts of people that you talk to in your day. It just adds up. And, the next day you get more people and more people and more people until maybe you're feeling a little bit drained. You're feeling a little bit heavy, right? So a practice that I do every night, and in fact, you don't even have to wait until the evening to do this practice. You can do it after every conversation, especially if it's been a really heavy conversation, or maybe you're prepping for that meeting and it's just mind-boggling, right? To be able to release yourself and cut yourself free from those conversations, make a connection with your spirit guides and your angels and say, okay, angels, every time I want to disconnect from a conversation, I'm going to do this, right? It could be snapping your fingers. It could be clapping. It could be, brushing your arm or your hand against your leg, like you're brushing off something on your pants. It could be anything. So make a pact with your divine counsel and say, this is what I want to do. When I make this movement, this is what I want to do. I want to cut the etherical cords and releasing them, transmuting that energy
into God's love and light, Creator's light, whatever you're comfortable saying, so that you can release those cords. It's like taking big scissors and cutting those cords between you and others. And you'll find that even when you do that after a debate or a conversation, or like I said, you're prepping and you're working with your teammates on a big project, right? Cutting those cords, give your mind and your body and your soul some time to rest, right? I personally like to snap my fingers when I'm done clearing. So you can do this at night before you go to bed, which is a great spiritual practice. And you can also do this during the day after each conversation you have, or maybe it's your lunchtime and you're thinking, wow, I haven't cut the cords between all these conversations that I've been having. Do it right there and then. It's amazing how much lighter you feel energetically when you do that. Now, that's not to say you don't remember the conversations. It just means that you release that energy that's still tying you to whoever that was that you were having the conversation with. It brings back your energies. It gives their energies back to them, right? So that you can feel like you're sitting in your own body, in your own energies, and it just feels a lot lighter. More sense of peace, if you will. So think about that. Whatever that action is, whatever that fluid motion is, once you have this pact with you and your guides that this is what you do, they're automatically going to say, oh, hey, Julie is cutting those etherical cords. Let's help her out, right? And so it's a great spiritual practice, makes you feel lighter, kind of releases all of that energy that's tied you with others. So try it and, see if that makes you feel a little bit lighter, because I think it will do the trick for you if you've been feeling heavy lately, especially with some of the energies that we've been having, right? So try that out and test it. Use it regularly. Get into a practice of having some of these tools in your bag so that you can grab them at a moment's notice when you're needing them, right? So hopefully that is just another tool in your tool bag that you can easily access. Feel free to reach out to me if you have questions about this. You can reach out to me on my Facebook pages at Julie Yeager Walker Medium or Your Time to Shine, or you can reach me over on my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. All right. We have a caller lined up for us this evening. We are talking with Casey in Ohio. Good evening, Casey, and welcome to Your Time to Shine. Casey, are you with me? I think we're getting Casey back on the line. Oh, Casey, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Hello?
How are you this evening?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What can I do for you this evening?
I just wanted like a general / like career reading, or like whatever you pick up on.
Okay, perfect. Well, give me just a couple moments here and let me tune in and see what is being brought through, and I'll be right back with you, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Casey. What they're showing me right now is that you are kind of a mover and a shaker. You kind of sit in the fast lane, and no grass grows under your feet. You basically there's like this exploration piece about you. You like taking on new adventures, new explorations. And so as it be, you get a little bit bored easily with some of the things that you're doing. Are you feeling a little bit bored in your job right now? Casey, are you still with me?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just got it. I said
So
like yes and no,
okay. Okay.
if that makes sense. Kind of yes, kind of no.
Kind of in the middle. Okay.
Yes.
So this job feels like it's not really fitting for you. It feels like this is a transition job for you. To try something new, to try something different, and to give you kind of that launch pad for your next adventure, really is what they're showing me. So it's about connecting with people and connecting with opportunities is what they're showing me.
Okay.
So I think that's kind of why you're feeling like a little bit yes, a little bit no. It's like, well, I could get used to this job, but it's feeling like maybe it's not quite the right one for me. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah. So really this is kind of, so like I said, this is that transition job for you so that you can meet people or get pointed into the right direction for your next position.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I'm getting that you are going to stay kind of in the same vein of what you're doing right now. So it's not like you're going to completely switch professions or careers. You're going to stay kind of in this same type of opportunity, but it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to look a little different to you. So your guides are saying, stay open. Don't put yourself in a box. Okay. Don't say, well, I'm in this profession, right? So maybe you're in the medical field, right? And you say, well, I'm doing medical assisting, but it doesn't mean that maybe you couldn't branch off and do something else within that career that you may not even be thinking about. So they're saying stay very open and listen to the conversations that you're having with people, because they said you're going to get information just by talking with others. Okay. So
okay,
people are your link, if that makes sense.
yes.
Okay. Let me see what else they're saying here. I keep hearing it's going to be a really great opportunity. It's going to be one that you've been kind of waiting for, right? Again, they're emphasizing this is a transition period for you. So just be patient for the right one to come forth. So now you have that, what they're showing me, now you have the job, right? So you're making the money, you're comfortable, you're doing what you're doing. So this is going to allow something else to come in for you, because you're not going to be worrying about, oh my gosh, I have to have another job, right? It's not going to be that way. So just let it unfold organically. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm asking, like how long this job is going to last. It's not going to last very long, maybe a year, but probably not more than 2 years. So it'll be enough for you to get in and to experience the job and to get to know the people, and so that you can connect with the right ones.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense. I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So they say don't give up on your sense of adventure.
Yeah, I definitely don't need to. Like, I have a great one of that. I do.
Yeah.
But it made me open my eyes to a lot, you saying it.
Yeah. It's a very spirited, they say it's a very spirited sense of adventure. And so that's what gives you your life, gives you your zing and zest for life. And so it's a very, they said the way you look at the world and the way you look at life um, is almost through the eyes of a child. And they say, don't lose that. You may look at that as maybe not one of your strong suits, but it really is a strong suit. Okay. So they're wanting you to be in awareness of that.
Okay, good. That's good to know.
Yes. Let's see, what else do they have to say? So they're showing me, they keep saying moving and shaking. So it seems as though there might be a move in your future. Are you looking for possibly another place to live? Have you been looking at that? Okay.
Yeah.
So they're showing me that that's also kind of coordinating with your job opportunity. It's going to get you a little bit closer to like physical location, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's going to help give you a little bit more flexibility in your life. And when you're closer to your job and you can be home a lot sooner or be at work sooner, not have to get up so early, it's going to give you more flexibility to do some other things in your life. Okay. To be able to get out and get out in nature and be with those friends that maybe, oh, I'm I get home from work, I'm too tired, I don't feel like hanging out with people, right? This is going to give you a little different taste on life. Okay. It's going to alter how you spend your time when you're not working, which is a beautiful thing.
That makes me feel so much better.
Good. Yeah, because it feels like you've been kind of in that rut of, go to work, come home, do all the things that we need to do normally we do at home at night, go to bed, get up and do it all over again. So this is going to get you kind of out that monotonous cycle, right? By giving you a little bit more space, a little bit more room to breathe, right? Again, they're saying they keep saying flexibility. So
Good. Oh, thank you so much. That makes me feel so much better.
oh, good. Good. I'm glad. Is there anything else, any other questions you have for me this evening?
Are you there?
Yes, I am. Was there anything else that you had
Hello?
questions about this evening? Hello? I think we're having problems connecting with Casey. Casey, thank you so much for calling in, and I hope that was helpful for you this evening. We have another caller. We have Jessica in Fort St. John, British Columbia. Good evening, Jessica, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Good. What can I do for you this evening?
I
I just like a general reading, I guess.
Okay, perfect. Let me just take a moment here to tune in to see what guidance is coming through. There's going to be just a little moment of silence as I do that, and then I'll be right back with you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Jessica. I just feel like this heaviness all around me, like you've been going through some heaviness in life, kind of. It's almost like it's monotonous. This heaviness, and they want you to know, because in one moment they're showing me this heaviness that you've been going through, and then the next minute they're showing me that that you're running and you're free, right? So it's a matter of moving into a new space and place of being, where you've been going through some hard times, maybe some troubled times, and now you're like stepping through that doorway and stepping through into that light where it feels a little bit lighter. And they're showing me you can feel it, but it's almost like you're going, oh, right? What happens if it goes back to the way it was? And they're saying, no, have faith, have trust that things are turning, that things are changing, and let that be the lightness in your heart, because you're feeling it already. So it's a matter of taking that in and breathing that in and saying, okay, finally, a little bit of clarity, a little bit of breathing room, so to speak.
Yeah.
They're saying, let this be that lightness of you to say, okay, this is really happening. I can really sit back and be relieved. I can just let it be and move forth. I feel like too that there's some travel coming up in the near future for you. It's like it's giving you that break, that breather, to rejuvenate your soul and to rejuvenate you. Have you been looking at planning a little vacation, even like a 2 or 3, like an extended weekend even, just to get away to rejuvenate?
No, not recently.
Okay. Something that you should definitely take a look at, because I feel I'm being shown that you're going to be doing that. You're going to be taking a little hiatus, and that's going to be enough to kind of jumpstart you into this forward motion, into this forward thinking. Okay. It's just a way for you to realign again. It's like you've been a little bit out of balance. And so if there is a way that you can either get some Reiki healing, or even some acupuncture or massage, to just get your body, mind, and soul back into alignment.
Yeah. I've been wanting to do that lately.
Yeah. So your body is looking for that systematic alignment, that like energy work or Reiki could help with. You can even do you can look online and get some meditations. There's a lot of good meditations that do frequencies that would help align and balance your chakras and give your nervous system a little bit of a break. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you can't get into any kind of a practitioner anytime soon, that would be another way to kind of help get you back into some alignment.
Okay. What about the people in my life? Like,
are there certain people that you're asking about?
Yeah, my ex-husband.
Okay. The words I keep hearing is, what is it with you two? There's this, hang on, I'm going to get them to show me in a different way because it's going all over the place. It almost feels like there's a rekindling of what once was. I don't know if you've been reminiscing, the two of you, but there's something that is bringing the two of you a little bit closer together. But yet on the other hand, it's like this push and pull, right? It's like not really being able to decide where you guys sit with each other.
Well, I'm trying to be his friend. But like, I don't know, he like wants to be more than friends. But there's just too much damage done in the relationship.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't get over.
Right.
And he still won't admit.
Yeah. Take it for what it is. They're showing me that this is not really, there's still feelings between the two of you, yes, but that relationship isn't going to work in the same way that you're hoping it's going to work. It's almost like there needs to be a little bit of parting or separation for the two of you to be able to heal, to be able to come back together to say, okay, can we be friends now? It's what they're showing me is it's like it's too soon, right? There's a lot going on right here, and you guys both need to be able to heal whatever that relationship was before you can even look at trying to repair it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does.
Okay. And Jessica, we're coming down to the last few seconds of our show, so I'm going to have to say good night. But I want to say thank you so much for calling in.
Thanks for having my call.
All right. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
That does it for me, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Again, if you would like to reach out to me, please do so on my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. Have a great week. We'll see you again next week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from Lady D's PsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D, for the next half an hour. I hope you've all had a wonderful week. So we do have with the planets, we have the new moon that is happening in Pisces, which is going to be on the 20th at 6:05 p.m. So for those who are on the other side of the country or planet, you'll be on the 19th. So for me, 20th, just after my birthday. It's going to be with the moon, with the sun, and it's going to be with Saturn too. It's very close together. And at the moment, even today, we do have the sun and Saturn that's conjunct together. So the last couple of days may have been, or even the last week, it may have felt a little bit intense, or things maybe not going as you had planned, some problems creeping up. Saturn's the planet of problems. I always see it as it's bringing up problems or issues, and the sun represents your life. So that's why I say you might be feeling like a bit things aren't going exactly the way you had wanted to go. With this new moon, I do feel like we've got the moon mixed in with this. It is going to bring up some spiritual, I feel like it will be a spiritual awakening for some people, and you may get some spiritual gifts or feeling very heightened and more connected to spirit. There also might be, you might be in tune with other people's emotions. So you might be feeling other people's energies a lot during this new moon that's coming up too, because the moon is our emotions, and Pisces, it's a very emotional sign, a sensitive sign. So you might feel like that you do connect easily to other people's energies. So it's a good time to protect your own energy, so you're not carrying on other people's worries or their own issues, their own problems, so you can keep them away from your own energy. They also feel like things might be unstable, or even with emotions, like you're letting emotions get the better of you, may also be coming up this week. I've been feeling like these last weeks, and as we get closer to Pluto moving signs, it's like we're on a cliff and we're looking over, but we haven't actually gone over the cliff yet. That's why I feel like there's change coming. We feel like there's something coming, but we can't see it yet, is how I've been feeling. I feel like they could be bringing up like wishes, like what is about intentions and planting new seeds with new moon. So you might be like thinking, oh, hope this happens. I wish this would happen. Like having these wishings and making wishes coming up here. And I feel like it's going to be about hard work too. You might feel like just sitting back, but I feel like it is about hard work. And when things need to be done, it's like don't fight it. You're going to have to just do things and push through. And I've got here, it could be also mental health. Mental health is also Pisces, so it could be feelings of some mental health. Maybe some people might be coming up during, it could be a very sensitive time, this new moon, just because we've got Saturn here with the sun. So it's going to really affect the collective, I feel. We do have a positive transit coming up this week, which I can't wait for. We do have Jupiter, which is going to conjunct Venus in Aries. So Jupiter is going to move signs in a couple of days, going to go into Aries. This is going to be quite good. So this is going to be around the 21st of February. This will move into Aries. Venus in Aries, it's going to be like you're moving forward, you're setting your intentions, you're feeling more motivated to do with your finances and with relationships, you're working with partnerships here. We've got that Mars shadow really helping us with this energy, using our connections, our networking. We've got a thirst for, I feel like, knowledge and hunger to get further as well with this transit. And with Jupiter being the planet of luck, when these two planets come together, it is about luck. So we could be getting some luck with some finances this week, or even relationships may coming in. Could be a very positive time to even meeting new people, dating, starting or working things out with relationships can be a good time with that. So it's a shame we didn't have that last week, that transit. But that's a very positive transit that we got coming up this week too. And what else we got for this week that I feel like is going to coming up? I feel like things might feel a bit mismatched, or things not adding up or matching up. I feel like that's going to be a topic of the week, or just a feeling that you may have. And I feel like it is time about harvest rewards, and those that will find that things finally paying off and they feel like they are getting further are the ones that are putting the hard work in, or ones that are trying to achieve something and that they've got a plan, they know what they're doing, and they're working hard on their plans to be able to achieve the outcomes. I don't feel like if this is a week where you feel like just resting or hoping that something's going to fall in your lap, it might not be the week for that. This is a week of creating something for yourself. I've got here, like I said, don't rest, keep on going through. It is a time to move forward. I feel like you're going to feel like change is going to happen. I somehow got 2 weeks with that. I feel like change is going to happen in 2 weeks, but I feel like the feeling of change is coming, and I already feel that myself coming up in the air. And I feel like this week people are not wanting to be messed around with. They're wanting to hear. They want to know the truth. I feel like people, or the collective, are really being sick of being messed around and being told things that maybe aren't true. So I do feel like there could be, and it can be like holes if you're maybe with politics or governments or things that are coming out, and you might feel like that it's not true. So I feel like it's going to stand out at you this week, and people are wanting the truth, not lies. I also got Chinese whispers, so it could be about something going on this week where people have got their own ideas of what it is, or people are relating stories and not relating it the right way, and things being missed out. I just feel like there could be a bit of Chinese whispers coming in this week. It also could be a bit of trouble with boundaries. So if you're someone that finds it hard to keep boundaries, it could be a hard time for that this week. I do feel like at this, you got to stick to your boundaries, because people will overcross them this week. Also, not knowing your limits. Sometimes you might feel like you're taking too much on. I say yes, it is about hard work, but sometimes we can take too much on, and that could be this week. And people are having high expectations. I feel like expectations are going to be quite high in what they want out of other people and what they want to achieve. And I got here, grounding is very important this week. It's very important to keep yourself grounded as well. And I've got here, the scales out of whack. So things are not being balanced. And again, taking too much on, but I just feel like the scales is going to be a bit out of balance this week. We've got all these things that are coming in, gearing up for a very busy March where we've got these planets changing signs. We've got Saturn changing signs. Pluto will also be changing signs. And a few other little planets will be changing signs too. So March is going to be a really interesting month ahead that we do have. So we're just at the end of February coming into that. Okay, so let's go to the callers. So first of all, we have here, Kaisha in Jersey, so in America.
Yes.
So hi,
Yes.
Kaisha. How can I help you today?
Hi. So I wanted to get a reading on my relationship. I'm just looking for some advice and seeing if I'm headed in the right direction. I don't want to waste my time, so I'm just calling to see, about my partner.
Okay, let's see. Okay. I just feel I'm unsure whether I'm going to go ahead with this. Okay, let's have a look, see what I get with the cards. I do feel like this might not be with the relationship, but it could be. But I also get the feeling that you're busy, but you're looking in the wrong direction about something as well. It's like I see you looking for something, but it's not in the direction that you need to look. Okay. Okay. So with your partner that you've got here, is there do you get suspicious? Is there suspicion of him not telling the full truth to you?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm just hearing lies. Like I hear things in songs sometimes, and I'm hearing a song about lies. So, I feel like you need to listen to your gut instincts on this case. I feel like that the partner you've got, I kind of feel like I kind of feel a mix of emotions. Like I feel like there's a thing of being a bit wishy-washy, that he's saying one thing but it's like doing another thing. Things aren't making sense to me, to you, but it's like you're in it together as well, like through thick and thin. But I feel like that's more the commitment that you're making to this person, that you want to be with him through thick and thin, and you are wanting it to be something that's going to develop into something much better. I kind of feel like he's not grounded. Okay, where are we getting? I want to say tread lightly with this relationship. I feel like there's some things that are not spoken about that needs to be talked about. I feel like maybe it's him or it could be you. Someone's avoiding things or avoiding the truth. There's also a card here that's really standing out to me about being stopped in your path, so whether it be you or him. And I feel like that you're more of the leader, like you know what you want and you know where you're wanting to go. And he needs to follow, but at the same time, I kind of feel like on his end, he's holding back a little bit. There's also here financial help. Are you helping? Are you helping this person with like financially, or are they helping you financially?
Not all the time.
Not all the time. Okay, because I did get that says something about financial help. I keep on seeing like tread lightly, or you're treading in like water, but it's in the shallow end. But I know you're going to get a happy ending for yourself. That's the thing with this. I know that there is a happy ending for you, and I know that once you turn at a different direction, things have turned a corner, they've turned a page, and things are looking more bright for you. And it is a happier ending that is for you, but it's up to you whether or not you're going to turn the corner. That's what I feel. I kind of feel like it might get to the point where this person with him, it might get a little boring, or you're over, or could be that maybe you're over the lies that are going to come out. I just feel like there's a sense of boredom that's coming up here with as well. I'm feeling like you're in love with this man. I feel like there's love coming from you with him. It's a different energy that I feel. I just feel like you need to trust what's in your heart, and you need to trust like yourself. And if you feel like this is the right person, and you need to like continue on. If you feel like it's not the right person, this is where you've got to make the decision and turn around, and potentially might even have to walk away. I do see you searching for something, and I feel like you're searching for some sort of new beginning that's coming in with this. I'm going to say May to June is where your intentions are clear. You've said your piece. You know what you want. You're not going to change your mind. You're being very stubborn, and it's like that's it. It's like take it or leave it. But I feel like that's May to June. I feel like he will. I do feel like I do see him like asking for forgiveness, or there is like pleading with you. Whether it be too little, too late, I'm not sure, but I just see you're more in your like a stronger energy in May, June of deciding where to go. But I do see a happy ending for you. It's just a matter of you changing a direction to get that where you want to go to. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any other questions for me?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Let's see where we go here. We've got the next caller who's here, and it is Rochelle, who's in Rachel, who's in Tule, Utah.
Hello.
Hello, Rachel. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I'm just looking for either a general reading or marriage.
Okay. Like reading on when you're going to get married, you mean, or on your marriage?
I am married right now. Just basically on like where it's going.
Okay. I see you praying, or but like I'm hearing you need to believe in yourself, but I'm also seeing you praying as well. I feel like for you, there's something about this Mercury that's going to be in retrograde that's going to be happening in August. I feel like something about that time for you is going to be interesting, or there's an exposing or something. I've got a calendar up here about all the moon phases, and it's just standing out to me about that's Mercury retrograde that's happening on the 23rd of August. It's in Scorpio, which is about revealing secrets. Let's have a look here. Okay, look here. For you. Okay, I do get something about income or money with this. And I feel like there's something about being like it's hard work or it's hard. And I feel like with you, I don't want to waste time. I'm hearing it's not what it used to be. I do feel like there was a time where I just feel like things aren't. I'm just hearing it's not what it used to be. I feel like you're the one that's doing like a lot of the work, or you're very caring. You're also, I feel like you're healing. You're healing people. You're actually probably a natural healer as well. But I keep on getting to something about finances here. So there's stress about finances, in where it's going. Okay. Is one of you not working? Is there someone that's not working here?
I just barely returned to work from maternity leave.
Oh, okay. It's so your partner, he's working.
Yeah, he's currently working.
Okay. So I've got a man here. I feel like I've got a spirit, a man here, and he's talking in my ear. Who is closer? Okay. Your father's with us at the moment? Is he passed over?
I'm sorry?
Your father, he's with you at the like he's alive or he's passed over. I had a person here and I feel like they're like a father figure or father.
My father is currently living, but my grandpa is deceased.
Okay. Was he like a father?
Yeah, he's living.
Okay. So you're about to get. All right. Let me just see what I can get from this man for you quickly, then I'll carry on with the reading because he's in my ear. So I want to try and make sense what he's telling me. So your dad, he's not working at the moment. Is that correct?
I think he's in between jobs. Last I knew.
Where was he? Sorry.
Oh, he's in between jobs.
What does what does that? What do you mean?
He just quit his current job, but he's about to start a new one. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Because I have this man here, and he was telling me that he's not working, and that's why I asked for someone working. Because I thought maybe it was your partner, but you're gonna say father. So I'm like, okay, so that you're saying your father, yet your father's not working. Because he's telling me that your dad does need a he does need an income still. He's saying to me that your dad like I see your dad and he's got money. He's showing me this man is showing me your father, and he's got coins. Oh no, it's you. It's you. Your grandfather, was he like I feel like this man was a bit of a saver. Like he would be very like savvy with his money. Okay, hello.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
what?
just keep on going. That's okay. Sorry. I have your grandfather here with me. So he's talking to me and he wants to he's talking to me about your dad, but also with this man. I see him with coins in his pocket. So I just feel like this man, he's quite frugal with his money. Like he likes to keep money with him or on him.
Yes, he's very good with his money.
Yeah. And he's telling me that your dad's like also he's planning to retire and he's planning, I feel like coming into like a couple of years. I feel like the job that he's going into now could be his last one before making that final step to retiring. And I feel like when your dad retires, I kind of feel like he wants to go like either travel, like I do see like he's showing me like an RV. He's also saying that your grandfather's saying that he's proud of your father. He does a lot of hard work and needs to keep doing. He's also like the glue that holds the family together. But he's very proud of his son. If you can pass that message on to your father, that would be really good. Getting back to you with your getting back to you with your relationship reading here. I just feel like there's something about being a matter of time, or there's like a time bomb here. Where are we gonna go with this relationship? In this relationship, I do feel like you're the one that's holding the relationship together. There isn't, as this keeps on standing out to me, I just feel like you're the one that's very nurturing and you're the one that's very caring with it. Your husband, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I can trust him, but at the same time, um, I feel like you guys are going to be okay. I do feel like you're going to be okay. I just see a love heart around you guys. I feel like it's important, but also I want to say this kind of standing out to me. I feel two things. I do feel like your husband he has eyes for you, but at the same time, when I see this card, I always see it as meeting someone new. So whether it be someone that comes in, it could be a friendship or comes into your life, or maybe someone that catches your eye, but you don't pursue anything about it. I also feel like there could be another baby coming in for you as well. So I do feel like perhaps you go back to work, but I feel like within, I'm going to say 1 year, there might be another baby on the way with you too. I do feel like it's very important for you to also, as a couple, to save money, but you also need to be independent. Something about you wanting to, or needing to be independent too. And I feel like independent financially and being financially secure as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, I don't. Thank you so much.
Okay. So this week we'll do some cards for the week ahead to see what's happening in this week with some cards. And this week is going to be, I kind of feel like we might feel this week where maybe the powers that be is going to try to, I keep on seeing like a puppet, like Pinocchio with the strings on. So I do feel like this might be feeling that that maybe the government or powers that be are trying to control something, or control a narrative, but I don't feel like it's going to work. I feel like people are going to see through that. They're seeing the holes through that. I feel like it is time, or the collective, I feel like is going to be more unified this week in what's going on, because they're going to see through things that are just really doesn't make sense, I'm going to say. Let's do some cards for the week and just see where we can go from here. Okay, let's have a look here. We are moving on to something different. So I do feel like maybe the new stories or the stories that are coming out will be a bit different this week, and we're moving forward, and it's not going to be like the same thing. And once we move forward and take that step forward, we can't go back. It's like we can't go back now. The only way we go is moving forward. And we also might be feeling like that, like who can we trust around us, because we want people to be on that, like, same side. And we're, as a collective, we're all trying to move forward. I do get some really good cards coming up here as well, but I feel like we're running away from people who are trying to control or manipulate us. There is a sense of maybe someone, perhaps when I see this card, I always feel like it's a sense of being watched, or someone's watching over. But even if there's a lower point of the week, there's still some hope there. I don't feel like there's no hope this week. I feel like there's a lot of hope this week. But at the same time, we're seeing things like around us crumble. When I say that, I mean I mean the broader things that's coming up as a collective. But we're definitely moving forward. I feel like we're going to see opportunities ahead that are coming up to us, and I feel like this is going to be financial opportunities that are coming up. You might even, if you're in business, you might even like see and find out like perhaps like loopholes or something there that's going to help you to move forward into where you're going to go. And I do see, as I said, I do have some positive cards even with relationships this week. I feel like if you know what you want, you're going to get what you want. And it is about, it's like if you're single, Cupid might even hit its bow to you and you end up meeting like what love of your life potentially this week, especially with that Venus and Jupiter conjunction that's going to be coming up here in Aries, because it's about being very, very strong too. And I mean, the sun's also changing signs. So we're going to the last part of Aquarius, which is next couple of days. And then moving into, so I'm an Aquarian. I was born in the morning on the 19th. So I was very lucky. I got to go into being an Aquarian. But we're going from Aquarius to Pisces, which is two very different star signs. Aquarians are very independent. They're very futuristic. I always say the person that thought that the world was round when everyone else thought it was flat was an Aquarian thing, because they're like the head of their time. They thought ahead of very like future things before everyone else. And it's a sense of it's a humanitarian. Aquarians are very much caring people. They get a bit told they're cold-hearted, but that's just because they also they de detach. Aquarians detach themselves from certain situations. Like for myself, I can watch the news on things and I'll detach myself, so I don't really not invested in a lot of things. It's just the way that I see it. But also with Aquarians, you're seeing things from every angle. And you're going into Pisces, which is more of a sensitive psychic sign that rules a lot of other things too. So this week it's going to be, I feel like there's going to be some random events happening as well, where you're just like, what's going on? Just a lot of random events, and it might even decide that you choose to leave a job or leave and to move on to something that's brand new as well. Okay, so I hope you've all had a wonderful week and are going to have another wonderful week ahead. And if you would like to contact me for reading, you can do so. My Facebook page is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic. The same with my TikTok, and my YouTube channel, which is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. I hope you all have a wonderful week ahead. And next week I'll be coming live from the Brisbane Mind Body Spirit Festival, which is in the Convention Centre. So if you are in Brisbane, come past my stand in A1R and come and say hi or book a reading with me. And so it'll be very exciting, be live from there. And I'll see you next week. So bye for now.
Hi, I'm Jenny and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Hello there, hi, and welcome to Eleanor Grace at gracedestiny.com. Now look, I've got my crystal ball here, all ready and waiting to really connect through to you tonight. Well, it's tonight here in the UK, of course, and over there in the States, it's early in the afternoon. I think it's even earlier in Australia, but